it was left with only 4. The rest were taken away. Up to now, we don't know who came to take them, and we don't know where they are. Right. We've heard any people say, if your excavator are arrested, just wait, call, and they'll go and collect it for you. So you see, this is the thing that the NDC used against the NPP in government. That the NPP was not willing to fight Galamsey because it's their members who are involved. Now it is playing out that the interest in Galamsey is big. Now it's coming back to affect them. So for me, people should understand. I remember there's a video online where during close to the election, I think some people went and accused Colin Dauda that he's against Galamsey. And he went and met the community. How can he be against Galamsey? And that when the community where Galamsey is dominant in the constituency, because the people are using big machines, they were having problems with electricity. He actually went to lobby for transformers to be set to the community so their machines can work. So if you look at the development from last year's elections, the promises, what NDC top gurus have said, this fight back is going to happen in so many places to Naimos, simply because it's the party that said I will allow you to work when you vote for me, is in power and now is cracking down on them and say then that's not what you promised us. So I think that it's a difficult journey. We all want Galamsey to be fought, but as I always say, the interests are so many that this issue will go and act. That's why I said the example of Abanga and Yamin. Have you received any update as to any investigation? No. There were NDC people, even including MPs and chairmen, accused by leading members, including Media Coalition for Galamsey, accused some people, mention names, that these people, they believe are into Galamsey. Have you heard anybody investigate them? No. So you see, this hypocrisy is what is coming to bite all of us.
Right, very well. The Speaker has taken some action regarding this particular matter, directed the clerk to assist the police in its investigations into the activities of this MP and his alleged involvement in this matter. Honorable, you were making a point earlier.
Yeah, so there's another issue, and that is mob action.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at Major Mahama, unfortunately. I'm looking at other incidents in this country, including even people of my own party, let me admit, that I'm worried about. When people are taken to police station or Yoko or wherever, then we are mass people there. Yeah. I think it needs to stop. I think it needs to stop because one day, and kudos to the military men, they could have discharged their weapons
easily.
And we'll be talking about dead people today. And I think that they conducted themselves with extreme restraint. And I thank them for that. But one day, with some of these mob actions, if you're not careful, and in fact, even the member of parliament was at risk. Somebody could have, mistakenly shot and killed him. And I think that we need to be very mindful. There should be serious deliberation on how we do arrest and how we manage people of high profile or intention situations as happened this weekend. Where the police and military strategic in their retreat when the issue occurred, that remains to be examined. But I'm very interested from a security standpoint that the insecurity in this country, largely due to some of the incidents that are occurring. I mean, immigration officers have been shot and killed. All of these, for me, is worrying.
Yeah.
And I think that Muntaka, the Interior Minister, Honorable, has to take this very serious. And in addition, since we don't have a defense minister, finance minister, defense minister, we have an issue. And I think that, first of all, the presidency is joking with us in this country. A defense ministry without a minister, substantive minister, for me, I think is quite telling that our president is not taking seriously our defense of this nation, because that is not a ministry that should be left for even 12 weeks without a very substantive minister. And I think that by the end of this month, truly, if our defense is very important to the president, he has to appoint. He has to. We cannot have this ever increasing chaos in our security systems and be without a defense minister. I am deeply troubled. And you know, there's a reason why there's a finance ministry and there's a reason why there's a defense ministry. Both are very demanding, very, very demanding. And I can almost tell you on air that finance minister today on his books is the budget, not our defense in this nation. And for that reason, I think that Mr. President, considering all the many factors, the kind of armory that the Galamseyers have, I think that it's about time we get an appointment and a substantive minister, for that matter, for defense. Now, in many instances, I think members of parliament are called to put out fires. So I can agree to the fact that maybe the MP was there to put out fire based on his narrative. But I think that following the suspects to police station was not right. It's one thing going to the site and trying to talk to the officials to calm waters. And there's another thing following them to the police station with crowds and all of that. And you know, quite recently, assembly members got killed, okay? And that is why I think that this idea of mob action and young boys fighting authority. I mean, Obuasi, they got shot and killed. Even that, people did not change. So we really, from a security standpoint, either need to be careful about how we do arrest and what we do afterwards. You know, those other incidents in the north, in fact, to be quite specific, in the Wa area, where people also went to police station and actually engaged in a battle with the police. And it's becoming a bit too much. Some of us in the draw, so when we see guns, we are worried. But others think they have you know what it takes in terms of talisman and things like that.
They are fortified.
They are fortified, but Charlie, sometimes you hit the wall and it doesn't work. You know, and I think that you know, Muntaka, Interior Minister, and Atufo at this point in time, since he's acting, we have a problem. Now, admittedly, President Mahama is at a table with Galamseyers. And I say this with the greatest of respect to him, as my friend has elaborated it here, I'm saying. So as it stands now, they are in a conundrum. You know, they were in bed with the Galamseyers. They have to maintain their bed status with the Galamseyers, and they're in a conundrum. So how do you fight it? When you preached one thing, how do you fight it? And all those, as it is, if I remember, the fight for Galamsey, demonstrations, it appears that those who were pushing the Galamsey fight agenda are now at Gold Board, you know, who are furthering this. And I'm happy to see that Minority Leader Afenyo Markin is questioning how do you determine that the gold collected at Gold Board is not from Galamsey site? How do you determine? And until then, my assumption, which I said here a few days ago, that Gold Board is also fueling Galamseyan because they cannot identify who and what and how they are getting their gold. And until you can, you know, trace it, my goodness, every Galamseya will find a way to get it to you. And for that reason, I think that we are in a big, you know, big mess. And it'll take some very tough measures. Keep it in mind that we've lost 8 powerful lives to Galamsey. You know, the likes of Mutala, the likes of the former defense minister, a huge loss, Dr. Omane Boama, and we need to use that as it is, a transition period, a movement based on the lives we've lost as a nation. These are externalities, and the lives we are losing because of, these guys were washing and literally damaging the environment where they were. After damaging to extract, they were now washing close to town, and it is known that they do that. And that is why the MC alerted, apparently, the NIMOS team that, hey, go there.
Yeah.
These guys are now known to be doing this washing with chemicals at this site. And for that matter, the soil is being damaged.
Yeah.
And these chemicals will then be brought into the river body and destroy the crops and things like that. So in summary, enough of the theory, enough of the talking. Your actions are speaking louder. And as it stands, all of us are watching the bill terms for this MP, and I think it's the most ridiculous thing, though appropriate. But in comparison to the other bill terms, I think there's 10 million, 5 million for, allegations of similar sort. What is the difference between the Esutifi MP, except for the fact that times are good for NDC? When you sin during NDC time, your bill terms, and in fact, your discharge from police is so fast.
Swift.
So swift. And that is real 24-hour economy.
But if the police has no reason to hold you, why should they?
Oh, but so all the other MPP guys who were arraigned for questioning and kept for 5 days,
granted bail
10 days,
and failed to meet bail conditions.
Look at the bill terms now. Listen, I'm happy, we have somebody with some legal background here. It will be very difficult for him to justify how others are getting 150,000 bill and others are getting 10 million. Million. Plenty. I think this one is difficult. And if we want to be fair, come on. Attorney General, Chief Justice, acting or whether substantive soon, please. The bill should, we're not in an animal farm. The bill for people should be standardized to an extent. In the same year, considering inflation and everything, I understand, but Charlie, MPP sins are 10 million, NDC sins are 150,000.
The alleged crimes are different.
Oh, please.
The sums involved in these crimes are different.
Your bill terms, listen, it's not always a factor of just necessarily what the issues are. It is something to hold you, in check, so that when you are found guilty, then whatever fines will be applied. If that was the case, then other people who steal chicken and things, their bill should be just based on the chicken fee. You understand?
Very
Chicken bakuyahe. Please. So I think that out of all of this, for me, my shocker of when I heard the news that the man has been arraigned, questioned, granted bail, like within 24 hours. In fact, within 6 hours. Wow. I mean, if this is afforded to many other people, it will be nice.
Very well.
It will be nice.
Very well.
So, Mr. IGP, you know, right? Fantastic name. Please help educate the public on how we arrived at 150,000 for this man, and then the wound to me.
But that's the judge's decision.
Oh, that's why I'm saying he should educate us.
The IGP.
And I even mentioned, I said Chief Justice.
Chief Justice, very well.
Okay.
Acting.
I also added the Attorney General because I think that if we want to be fair-minded, then the bail conditions and the arraignment and the processes should be the same for him, the same for me, whether under Mahama administration or Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo's administration.
Very well.
And that is me being an ordinary Ghanaian and stating the facts that I'm troubled. And when you look at the bill terms, it's strikingly different.
Very well. Good morning to you, Hamza Suini, member of the NDC's National Communications team.
It's been a long time since we met.
My brother. Yes, that's
Welcome. It's good to have you. It's good to have you. Esutufi North MP, invited by CID, arraigned, granted 150,000 CD bail, barred from leaving Accra over his alleged involvement in a mob attack on a NIMOS operation team. Quick thoughts.
Nana, good morning to you and, of course, my colleagues in the studio and our cherished viewers out there, as well as your production. I think that it is a situation that would be very, very difficult to criticize. Because, in all honesty, I think that the decision is in tandem with the expectations of many of us, and most importantly, in tandem with the laws of the country. And so there is little to criticize as far as that particular decision of the court is concerned. But it is important for us to contextualize the discussion this morning. I say so because, see, when the news broke, we were quick to take as the gospel truth the report of Erastus Asare Donkor. Nobody gave the accused MP a chance. In fact, we were not at that point interested in listening to him. And yesterday, I think on another sister platform, I indicated that I have been following Erastus Asare Donkor for some time now. There are instances that he has published stories on his own social network. Then in less than 24 hours, he comes to retract and apologize. Because that report of the so-called attack of the NIMOS team by the MPs and his tax or whatever they were branded, clearly was a report that was done based on hearsay. Erastus himself was not part of the NIMOS team. And so he claims that this was an information that he got. An information that he did not, as part of your journalistic ethics, he ought to have spoken to the member of parliament to pick up his information, to his side of the story. That was not done. He proceeded to churn out what he was reported to by others on the ground. That in itself is quite dangerous when it comes to the issues of accountability and also fidelity to the laws of this country, especially issues of fundamental human rights when it comes to giving any person accused an opportunity to clear himself. That was not adhered to. And I'm sure even within your own journalistic ethics, these are matters that you have been coached on. You don't report based on a one-sided story. You simply need to give the other side a listening ear.
Do we know if attempts were made to get the MP
My information
side?
is that I've had the opportunity of speaking to people around the MP, and my information is that that was not done.
Right. Has Erastus retracted his side of the story?
No, I'm coming. I'm getting a point. It does the fact whether he
Are we
retracted
here
or not.
about Erasmus or the matter?
But he's building a point.
Okay, I'm interested in the bill
Please,
about.
I'll get there. I'm not here to respond to your questions. I'm here to respond holistically
Okay.
to the issues before us. So, Nana, basically, that was where I had a problem. Because it could be any of us. It could be Doc tomorrow. It could be my brother Elvis. It could be any of us. These are the realities. And that is the culture we have been building for some time now. Where some selected media men, undoubtedly the contributions of Erastus, as far as the Galamsey fight is concerned, can never be underrated. Indeed, I have been part of those who feel that, look, this is a guy who deserves a national honor when it comes to that particular crusade. You cannot discount his role.
True.
And we are grateful for that spirited defense. But in doing so, we must not also lose sight of the fundamental rights of Ghanaian citizens.
So basic journalism.
It is basic ethics of journalism that you listen to the other side. Because it was on the basis of that many of us proceeded to pass judgments on the gentleman. Even before the CID announced an investigation of the process, he was declared as being empty. And indeed, it is not just the NPP alone. I can count about 2 or 3 chief executive officers of the National Democratic Congress government who were quick to go on radio or on, what's the name? Social media platforms to condemn his actions based on the report and to call for actions to be taken against him. This is dangerous for the sanity we expect as far as our democratic principles are concerned.
Right.
Now, having said that, mind you, the CID started their investigations yesterday. The information I'm having is that he was arraigned before the law courts and he was granted bail.
Yeah.
It does not in itself mean that he is guilty of any crime.
True.
It simply means that the investigations are still ongoing. Then he needed to be held to contribute to the investigative process. A bail has been granted because as far as the court is concerned, the CID is concerned, the CID wanted to keep him to continue their investigations. That's the information I have. Now he has been successful, maybe as a result of his lawyers, to secure a bail. It is still lawful, but I am one of those who is reluctant to condemn the gentleman based on the media reports that were out, because I feel like there's something fundamentally wrong with the whole idea or the whole nature in which it was reported. That's my principle.
Have you seen his statement?
I have read his statement. I have read his statement. And you see, that is what he claims, that he went there. And you see, that is another fundamental thing we are missing. That was not his constituency.
No.
So the claims of Erastus and Co. that he mobilized the town people is something that is difficult for me to comprehend. It's something that is difficult for me to comprehend, because if it happened in his constituency, one could have been easily forgiven to say that indeed he was instrumental in mobilizing the crowd, because as a member of parliament, it wouldn't take him more than 30-40 minutes to call his constituents to come out. But this was an entirely different constituency.
A neighboring constituency.
It doesn't matter, but this was an entirely different constituency.
And he had been in communication with the MP for that constituency.
Oh, come on. It doesn't make him familiar with the internal structures of that constituency.
No, on the day.
As he would have had with his own constituency.
His own statement. On the day he was in communication with the MP for that constituency.
It doesn't matter. The MP was not even within the constituency.
True.
But the accusation is not that Collins Dauda mobilized people. The accusation is that this gentleman, the current MP, the MP we are having the discussion, is the one who mobilized the people within the town. And I'm telling you that common sense should tell us that that is not his constituency. And so he may not be privy to the internal workings of that constituency to be able to marshal such numbers in a matter of seconds or minutes. If it was within his constituency, these are things that we all could have said, okay, probably, how many minutes is it going to take to call his youth organizer, communications officer, and in a matter of, or his youth groups that are sympathetic to him. Because as members of parliament, I'm sure Doc agrees, when he was an MP, it wouldn't have taken him more than 1 hour to mobilize people within his constituency. But he cannot try that in my own brother's constituency in Tamale North. Because he may not know the internal workings of that constituency. These are the realities.
But North I can. It's right next.
Because that's a neighboring constituency.
Even if you can't, you say you can for the purposes of adding some flesh to your mischief, so you are forgiven on the basis of
and
that.
this constituency, if you like, is that of Godfather.
And so we have
if
to
we can
careful.
call him that.
The gentleman says that because it was not his constituency, he decided to rely on the influence of a religious leader, I'm told.
A Zongo chief.
Absolutely. A responsible thing to do. A member of parliament, if you are seen moving away, if you are driving past and you see a chaotic situation, it is only necessary that you intervene as a lawmaker of the land.
But your safety is important.
Now, yes, it is very, very important. And that is where issues of responsibility or irresponsibility could be raised. Are you getting it? But Nana,
at the onset, he wasn't intervening in a just a quick one. At the onset, he wasn't intervening in a chaotic situation.
I was monitoring you.
He was if you like, inquiring of an operation that was being carried out.
When has it ever been declared lawful for you to be inquiring about what was going on if you are passing and you feel that there's something wrong here as a member of parliament or even as an assemblyman of the area? What he did, even the assemblyman of the area could have done that. And you see, Nana, let's not confuse, Doc, please. Nana, let's not confuse the issues. Let's get it right. An investigation is being carried on. And we have said that our commitment to the fight against Galamsey is something that we are not ready to compromise. I can assure you that if the CID should come out tomorrow with evidence that shows that indeed his responses were untenable, they were cooked up, and we are convinced based on that report that indeed the gentleman has questions to answer, be rest assured that it is not just the Parliament of Ghana through the Speaker that will be called upon to act. Even the NDC will activate its own internal mechanisms to deal with him. Absolutely. You see, I heard Elvis on my way here attempting to more or less downplay the significance of the fight under this administration as compared with the previous one. When did we ever have this swift response in terms of even being arraigned before court in a matter of 24 hours, a sitting member of parliament of the ruling National Democratic Congress? When? That in itself is progress, and it shows commitment on the part of government and investigative bodies to carry these things through. In the not too distant past, national executives of the MPP, the regional chairman of the MPP in Ashanti region, when Abu Jinapo, Honorable, issued statement about the activities of Akanto mining and wood to me. Did you ever hear any invitations to the CID head office? Sam Pine and the likes, when they started mining through his own company in our forest reserves, did you ever come across things like this? Their national women's organizer and her involvement in issues of Galamsey, did you ever see something like this? Now, let us be honest. Even if you want to brand this as for the cameras, it shows a certain level of commitment on the part of the government, because it gives confidence to those who are on the ground and they are fighting it. And it also communicates to the community people that, look, if you are found culpable, you would not be spared. That in itself is progress. My brother raised issues about the bail conditions. Again, and you attempted to correct him, but because he had a certain mentality, he was unwilling to listen. When were you in 2012? Is Woyemi an MPP person?
No, it's not.
Under an NDC government, because of the quantums of money, because there are different angles of criminal law, because of the quantums of monies that were involved, his bail bond was in the region of about 54 million Ghana cedis, if you remember. Was that an MPP person? And it was under the same NDC administration.
I'm listening.
You understand? On this in this particular instance, you are not dealing with losses in terms of revenue to the state. That can be quantified. You are dealing with an allegation of crime, an intrusion, if you like, in terms of the mandate of NIMOS, attempting to obstruct their mandated responsibilities or duties as a state apparatus that has been created to tackle a particular menace in society. You simply do not expect the courts to throw out in excess of 100,000 or 200,000 Ghana cedis as a bail condition. Absolutely not. Indeed, there are many who even feel that it should have been at his own cognizance without unnecessarily burdening it with 150,000 requirements.
So, if I'm hearing you right, he should not even be given, bill wahala.
No. It's not about being given a bail wahala. He can be given a bail, but it would not require 150,000 bail bond.
So, what you would have given? What, 10,000?
He's a member of parliament. He's a sitting member of parliament. The possibility of absconding is clearly little.
Okay.
So some limited conditions.
So even the not leaving a car should not be.
That is problematic. That is, if you can imagine what would have happened if this was applied to an MPP MP. And so that is the reason why the MPP should not be excited about the decision of that court in terms of that conditionality. We all must be unanimous in our condemnation of it. And it is a matter of principle, Nana, because if they do not stand against that particular condition, what it simply means is that a precedent is being set. And if tomorrow their MPs are given bail conditionalities, that makes it impossible for them to visit their constituencies, they would not be able to complain. Because the NDC would have comfortably said that, look, but it applies to our own person. And that is the reason why it is important for us to be unanimous in our condemnation. Because I found it a little bit strange. If you say that he should not be allowed to travel outside the country, reasonable. But a sitting member of parliament with responsibilities towards a certain section of our people, and you are saying he should not travel outside Accra, when his home constituency is not Accra, is something that is quite worrying for me. But Nana, having said all these things, the fundamental issue is that, look, as a government, I have made this point severally. And I think that it is important that the MPP, and of course, a chunk of our Ghanaian citizens, must begin to take it more seriously.
The promise to...
We cannot, Doc, be patient.
No, you're missing the promise to relieve people in jail for Galamsey. That one you missed it.
The promise
People arrested for Galamsey and the promise to release them.
To release them. You missed that one. So I was just reminding you.
That's
one of the things that he talked about.
About what?
That
the then candidate
the then
of the
candidate
NDC
said that those who had been arrested for Galamsey will be also released. I was just reminding you.
And so what is wrong with that?
and that it has come back to bite.
and
How has it come
And
back?
that is one of the reasons fueling such resistance by community folk.
That is not true. The NDC was very clear. President Mahama was clear that indeed the occupation of this government would not be on those we find in the pits. We were convinced that there were kingpins like Wontumi and co, who were funding many of these illegal mining activities. And we thought that the only way to deal with the community people who were on the ground was simply to launch a policy that would succeed in the long run in taking them out of that particular
We did
illegal
not
mining
promise to
activities.
release those who had been arrested.
No, but
And-
we said that
and go
investigations
after
will be
kingpins
carried out.
rather.
Oh, of course, but we have done that. We are going after the kingpins.
Yes.
It won't be not before the law course of the land.
one wound to me, Galamsey.
That is
Those who are arrested, those who are already in jail.
Are you guys going to
Convicted
allow
in
me?
jail.
Today they were
Are you
on
going to
your
allow
own.
me? Are you
You
going to
have to
allow me?
understand.
No, that's not the problem. But you see, the
Sorry,
most
sorry.
important thing is for the listeners and viewers to judge whatever we are doing here.
True.
Nana, the point I was about making before I was rudely interrupted.
Oh, don't use such words. Don't use such words. I mean,
Is he okay? Taken out. You are a gentleman. So I'll
yeah,
figure it out.
yeah.
Nana,
Honorable, withdraw.
Thank you.
so you see, Nana, but the fundamental thing is that it borders on truth.
Indeed.
We cannot win this fight. As a government, we appreciate that. Simply driven by emotions and sensationalism. It is important for the fight to be grounded in truth. And that was the reason why, since yesterday, I started cautioning about the nature of the reports, especially that came from Erastus. Look, if we proceed to court on the basis of that report, and we are embarrassed as a government, what it means is that it would have a tolling effect on the government's agenda to fight illegal mining and get the needed support from the Ghanaian people. Because the impression would have been created that you have gone all out there to protect your own. And so we must ensure that whatever initiatives we intend to roll out, it must be rooted in truth. And the likes of Erastus must also elevate themselves beyond the emotional and sensational bit
My
of the
problem
issues
is
of
that
illegal
Erastus
mining.
is not here to respond to some of these things.
No. It's not an accusation. I'm saying that I'm urging them, and it's not, that cannot be an accusation. Are you getting the point?
Right.
I'm saying that the likes of him, they should also endeavor to move away from the report rooted in sensationalism and emotional, and like that emotional tantrums. It is not good for us if they are involved in it. But if for somebody like Erastus, I've told you that I have enormous respect for him, and I feel like he deserves a national honor in terms of the commitment to the fight against illegal mining. Absolutely, I've made that point,
True.
and I'm still standing by that. But it doesn't mean that he is without blame, or there are certain things that we cannot prompt him to take seriously as far as the holistic nature of the fight is concerned, and that is what I'm doing this morning. But as for the said MP, Nana, the government has shown enough commitment. And I've heard people say that it is a test of President Mahama's commitment. We want to see what President Mahama will do to the said MP. It is not, again, another dangerous grounds we are treading. President Mahama is not the head of the Ghana Police Service. He's not the head of CID. He's not the Speaker of Parliament. If the gentleman was an appointee of President Mahama, those calls would have been rightly placed. But to the extent that the gentleman is not an appointee of the president and only a sitting member of the party, of Parliament, and a member of the National Democratic Congress, we must be careful in the way we tailor our calls. The best President Mahama can do is what the CID is doing, allowing our state institutions to take the gentleman to task. And if at the end of the day he's found guilty, as leader of the National Democratic Congress, probably in consultation with the National Chairman and National Executive Committee of the NDC, they can also decide to roll out measures, either punitive in nature or otherwise, for the guy or for the said MP. But for now, there seems to be an invitation on the president to sidestep our legal processes and deal with someone who is not an appointee of the government. So let us allow our state institutions to work. Let us have confidence in the CID. Their preliminary investigations got them to go to court with the said gentleman. Let us have faith in it and be rest assured that this is not a government that will behave like the last.
And that suggests that indeed there are questions to answer.
Absolutely.
Very well.
Absolutely.
Very well. Honorable.
Yeah. So, you know, I appreciate his angle, but one thing
Because
I can gather from
you disagree.
his point is that the bail conditions need to be looked at. That we all agree on.
True.
To the extent that even the
Barring him from
traveling from Accra should be also looked at. So I think invariably we both agree that the bail conditions in this country needs to be addressed. And I think that one, we're both at that point, except for the fact that the quantums, he thinks that the quantums are justified because others about, you know, still, though they may be about financial losses, they are still at this stage allegations. Do you get my whole point? Now, I'm of the school of thought that if Wyoming's bail conditions were wrong, it doesn't mean that we should meter the same thing out to others.
It was
That
not
is, no, I mean, listen, we're back at the same thing because you justified the bill terms of the others by virtue of what Wyoming. Yes, and I am still of the school of thought that.
No, I think, Doc, you are being unfair to my submission on this platform. I only gave you a historical antecedent of bail conditions, and I made the point that even under an NDC regime, Wyoming was granted a 54 million bail.
I think what Doc is saying is that if it's wrong yesterday, it's still wrong
And I'm
today.
saying that the submission did not suggest that it was wrong.
Wyoming's was justified.
And I made the point that it
How much
linked
of
to
Wyoming's-
quantums involved.
Yeah, he didn't say it's wrong. He is looking at the amount involved.
Yes.
Wyoming was supposed to be owing the state the same amount, 54 million.
But it's not,
And
it's
bail
not even
condition was the
justified.
same amount.
Yeah.
And let me be very clear here. It's not justified that if you are even supposedly owing the state 100 billion, then your bill condition is exactly the amount.
Right.
No, it's not supposed to be so.
Right.
So my point still holds that.
Remember,
but if that was wrong, it doesn't mean that we should continue the same thing. And I'm hoping that council will admit to the fact that Ghana's bill conditions, especially now, need to be more clear to the citizenry. Because I cannot go and steal one chicken and be given a bail condition of a goat. I'm just being as dramatic about it. And my bail conditions should not be based on the color of the party I represent. Neither should it be based on people's quote unquote. He was talking about sentiments here. If you want to be sentimental, when they did the Galamsey demonstrations, who was more sentimental? You know, I think when government is nice and we talk anyhow, but admittedly, the issue is heavy on the NDC as it stands. And I like your key comments that this was a party that promised to let everybody do Galamsey. And now that they are in power, they are finding it difficult to restrain themselves. And it is so hypocritical. You know, the Mahama administration, as it stands now, is in a tight corner because he promised, and to deliver on the promise means that reneging on what you promised. You know, in one breath, you want to keep our water bodies safe. In another breath, those who are committing that crime, you grant them bail within 1 day, within 6 hours. Listen, let me state here that the sins of Galamsey might not be financial loss, but the damage to the environment is far more in excess of those, you know, 10 million and things. So I'll plead with him that from an environmentalist standpoint, one victim of mercury poisoning or one victim of cyanide poisoning, if we are really going at it, is several billions of dollars. So he can attest to the fact. Look at the oil spillage by Goyle in other jurisdictions. When they do class suits, heavy amount of money.
Yeah, true.
And that one is not even a direct damage to a human being. So please, if we are really considering Galamsey as a canker, a very serious issue, then I can respectfully conclude that the 150,000 tells me that we are not taking Galamsey fight seriously.
Beryl, Elvis, briefly on this.
You see, I sat here and talk about bail conditions and stuff like that. There are certain individuals, it's clear that you cannot say that person will run away from this country. And therefore, some of the bail conditions don't make any sense to me. For instance, I talk about Untumi. You said the man has this asset and all. You think that because he's facing prosecution, he will run away from Ghana and won't come again. So you put such a huge amount. Okay? An MP who represents people, you say the man should not even be allowed to leave Accra. How will his constituency get to hear from him? So it's a fact that the bail conditions we have in this country, if there has to be an ally or something to regulate it, maybe you have to consider, because it's like the judges are just using their own discretion. And sometimes when I read 800 million for National Service former director, I said he should just admit that he will be in the cooler for the entire trial. Because I don't know how you're going to get 800 million CDs as bail condition. 800 million Ghana cedis before you can be done. Who is going to give you his assets for worth 800 million to come and sign a bail condition for you? So some of these things, let's all say it.
But they have the option to vary.
But it's not been varied. That is what has been given.
The starting point is wrong.
Do you understand it? So I said we should all talk about it. Today is A, tomorrow it can be B. Do you understand it? And this MP and all that we are talking about, bail on the same. Ask yourself, if this guy was an MPP MP, will he be granted bail on the same day? Is it so? So when we allow some fairness to come, it helps all of us. But then when we are, if A there is okay, it's B, then I want, no, we don't have to do that. Then the issue of President Mahama is not a. When he was saying that, I don't know his position when they were in opposition. But in opposition, they said every Galamsey is because Akufo-Addo is not committed. But today he said that we shouldn't blame President Mahama. Ghanaians should talk about the security agencies. You understand it? He said, oh, this person is not an appointee.
He said the institutions work.
But when they were in opposition, what were they saying? What were the NDC in opposition? They said Akufo-Addo is not committed, as Galamsey is not being fought. Okay? They blame everything on Akufo. But now he's saying that. But you said he's not an appointee. You said he's not an appointee of President Mahama. So nobody should be calling on President Mahama.
Hold on a second.
You said it's not an appointee of President Mahama. So calling on President Mahama to deal with him is not the right way. It is through the institution. And I'm saying that was not the position of the NDC. In opposition. The position of the NDC was not that,
I think Untumi was Nanado's appointee.
Yeah, the institution.
Untumi was Nanado's appointee.
In which capacity?
He was a regional chairman.
But he's not an appointee.
No,
This one is an MP. This is an MP on the ticket of the party in parliament. So you see, what I'm saying is that I have always.
And that's why he's saying that allow the institutions to do it.
That has been my position. I'm saying that. What he said that he had people calling on President Mahama, and that because President Mahama is not committed, he should act and all that. But he is saying that it's not President Mahama's responsibility. The President Mahama appointed an IGP. He has security agencies. They are dealing with it. I'm saying that in opposition, that was not the position of the party, of the NDC. Okay, which we must all admit. I have always said that. What he has expressed, what I always say, that instead of holding the people accountable in institutions that we pay, we always find political ways of blame. That's why we are not getting results. I agree with him, but I'm saying that his party in opposition, that was not the position they canvassed against Galamsey. They said blame Akufo-Addo for Galamsey because he is the one that is not committed, because it is his family and friends and appointees who are doing it. But so today people are calling President Mahama. It's the same bitter pill that NBC said. It's the same thing people are saying. But because now you are in government, you find it uncomfortable when people say President Mahama is not committed.
Point made. Thank you. Hamza, I'll come to you. I need to take a break. Quick break. No, I'll come to you. I'll definitely come to you after the break. I need to take a break here. I beg you. Stay with me. I'll take a quick break. This is the news review segment on Breakfast Daily. Stay with us. We'll come back and we'll hear from Hamza.
almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
The second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa dear. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late?
Of course.
Star 712 hash, star 712 hash. You go feel the luckiest. Coffee from Georgia be luckiest. From Natepia, cause she be luckiest. Me and you go feel be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest. Everybody go feel be the luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Senya God the apple boom. If you put it toye, so would the coming of the son of man be. Is that his car?
Ha! Even now, your shadow the way designer.
I use my own mouth to reject him. Oh, this is my mouth. Look at that.
Kwame, my son. Now, tell me the truth. How did this all happen?
Oh, mommy, simple direction. Mr. Goodluck no check me way.
Yeah,
man.
Easy kwa. Or dial star 712 hash.
The devil is a liar.
He picked his ticket and entered his lucky 5-digit number.
I'm his birthday.
Oh, how romantic.
And he followed the prompts. Yes. And then boom. Confirmation test.
I'm quick. Pick 5 numbers for me, okay? I'm feeling like 7.
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompt and let destiny handle the
You see how they love you now?
Yo, baby, our family payment before December, may release a motivational album. Patapa, my super.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the winner, President and Chair of the Board of the Trade Finance Bank of Africa, Afrexim Bank, Professor Benedict O. Rama.
In navigating financial challenges in our region for sustainable development, when we look at challenges, we also know that challenge is one side of a coin. You have challenges, we also have opportunities. And that is why Afrexim Bank has grown the fastest in times of crisis.
I also thank organizers for considering me worthy of this prestigious award, which I will cherish all through my life.
The Africa Prosperity Champions Awards APCA and Presidential Gala Dinner unites visionaries from heads of state, business leaders, social change makers to innovators to celebrate African excellence in order to encourage a new generation of leaders. More than an awards ceremony, this event declares that Africa's narrative is one of triumph and prosperity. We celebrate a new story where African solutions guide us forward. Each honor exemplifies the vast potential of our continent. The 4th edition of the Africa Prosperity Champions Awards and Presidential Gala Dinner takes place on February 6, 2026 at the Kempinski Gold Coast Hotel in Accra, Ghana. To attend, you may contact +233 536 098325 or send an email to protocol@africaprosperity.network. You may also visit africaprosperitynetwork.com for your tickets now.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome back. Thank you so much for your time. Remember that the show is interactive. Let us hear from you. Send us your thoughts, your comments, and contributions. There's a message from Eric who says he's watching from Wasa, and he wants to know why the MP was granted bail so fast, and others were kept in Yoko almost a week. The law is the law. All right, Hamza. Yeah, back to you.
I think that on this platform, what is important is context, and we should all try as much as possible in our submissions to listen to each other. When I made references to the president and the call on us to allow the CID's investigations to continue, it was precisely contextual. Because I gave the premise that indeed I had heard so many people call on the president to act and made statement to the effect that this is the test, or this would be the test of the president's commitment to the fight against illegal mining. I did not say that the president shouldn't be held responsible. Absolutely not. If the president conducts himself in ways that makes the Ghanaian people begin to question his commitment to the fight against illegal mining, they will be justified to do so. And that is not an attempt to distance the presidency from criticism. On the same table, when there were issues about the responses the president gave when he met the media, and there were certain issues that needed clarity, I was one of those who said that indeed the president needed to engage further to bring clarity to many of these concerns. I did not say that nobody should hold the president responsible. So that is why it is important for Elvis to have listened to the context in which I made. And I told him that it would constitute a dangerous invitation for the president to be seen sidestepping our state apparatus in terms of investigations to either clear or sanction this guy, like we used to have in the past, where the president was always quick to clear accused persons who were before state investigative bodies. And he did the same for the likes of Wontumi and Akonta Miner. Is that not an established fact? When his own minister responsible for lands and natural resources had issued a statement based upon investigation and was convinced that Akonta Mining and Wontumi were engaged in illegal mining activities, the president had to use a national event to clear Wontumi and Akonta Mining. Is that what is happening under this regime? And so if I call for a contextualization, don't say that we accuse the past regime and ask the question that was Wontumi an appointee. The submission I made was not just on the fact that this gentleman is not an appointee of the president. And I didn't even stop there. I proceeded to say that even after the gentleman is found guilty, the party of which the president is the leader must engage the National Council or National Executive Committee and the National Chairman for us to also at least internally deal with him. Well, didn't I make that point? Yeah. So at that measure or at that stage, you can begin to ask the president and the party their own level of commitment after the court processes are done.
You go explain, Taya.
Are you getting the point? So that point needs to be made. It is very important. Unlike them, there's a marked departure in terms of our commitment to the fight. And that point needs to be made. And so, Elvis, clearly you were wrong. And now, come on. No, carry on. Yes. Now, my brother also made references to the fact that, why are we talking about emotions? Sentiments. Suddenly sentiments and emotions are coming inside. You see, for many of us, and especially those of us who live the effects of illegal mining, the communities, we can be forgiven to make it an emotional and a sensational issue. Because in truth, it is an emotional issue. But those of us who are expected to be instrumental in the fight against illegal mining, we must show leadership by rising beyond the sensationalism and emotional way of dealing with it. And that's the point I made. Because if we rise above that, we would be able to holistically appreciate the difficulties associated with the struggle. And we will run that campaign based on truth and not just our emotional and sensational bit of it. The Ghanaian people can be justified if they take decisions based on sensationalism and emotional feeling as far as this fight is concerned, because you cannot say that they should not be emotional about issues that affect their livelihood, their health conditions. They ought to be emotional. But if you are given responsibility to contribute towards bringing that menace to an end, your responsibility goes beyond just being emotional and sensational, like those on the grassroots are. a higher responsibility is placed on you, and yours must be rooted in truth and not just emotional and sensationalism. These were the concerns I was making. And you are talking about the issues of bail. I think that I made this point clear. When we are dealing with willful causation of financial loss to the state, the courts have a system, they have their systems in place in terms of giving out this, what do you call it, bail conditions.
It has to be looked at.
As to some, I agree. If you have, the law already addresses that. If you feel that your bail conditions are so onerous, please, there is an avenue for you to go to the courts. Make an application, either a repeat application or even go for an appeal. And there is evidence to that effect. When this gentleman was before the law court, shown to me himself, his lawyers made an application and it was reviewed downwards. In any case, it is not true that if it were to be an NPP MP, he would have been held for more than 24 hours. That statement by Elvis is not grounded in fact. It is simply based on an illusion. Is there any evidence to the effect that an MPP MP under this current dispensation has been held for more than 24 hours? Is there any such evidence? So why do you proceed on the basis of such an assumption? Unless, of course, you are making that extrapolation based on your knowledge of the previous regime of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and the MPP, and you are convinced that because they would have done that, this NDC would have, this NDC would also contemplate that. And finally, Nana, he is not. Oh, he's a member. He's associates with you people. So let's respect.
Don't say that.
Elvis is a sympathizer.
No.
Elvis would not deny.
He's
Elvis would not deny. No, but let me wrap up. Let me wrap up. When I came in, I knew that I was coming. It was going to be one against.
Elvis is a neutral person here.
Wrap up. Nana.
Bear that in mind.
Please, Nana. And this is very important. So it is not accurate that if it were to be an NPP person, it would have been different. Indeed, the likes of what's his name, their former running mate, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, they have gone before investigative bodies. They have been granted bail and they have walked out. Have you heard any noise about it? A number of them. So it is not accurate. We would have dealt with the NPP people differently. And Elvis, it is important, especially because of the profession he finds himself. I think that it is in our interest if your arguments are rooted in facts and purely not on assumptions. And I have a problem with these assumptions.
Thank you, Hamza.
But finally,
let's move on.
If the debate is to be on a party and a president who is committed, I think that the result is not far-fetched.
Point well made. Thank you.
My only thing, respectfully, is that the starting point of the bill should even be correct, so that you don't require a review. So I think that many bill conditions, as we sit now, should have been looked at by the Attorney General and the Chief Justice, and then made better future bill conditions. I'm getting very troubled by that. That, you know, why do we make things so difficult in this country?
I think we're weaponizing the bail system to punish. All right, let's look at the matter of electoral violence. Yesterday, the Interior Minister organized a press conference. He spoke at length on a number of issues. But my summary of that, which I find troubling, is that there are culprits, investigations ongoing, deaths that have been recorded, injuries, and 5 years down the line, if you're putting 2020 and 2024 together, not a single conviction. And I find that it defeats the principle of, if you like, the certainty of punishments serving as a deterrent. And so we're going to see more in subsequent elections. Doc, your quick thoughts on this?
Well, I think that, first of all, election violence should be a thing of the past. We need to be guided by what has happened and do better. Unfortunately, this year's happenstance in the Amlikuma North was a trigger point which just really told us that these by-elections almost always come with issues. So it's unfortunate that it's taken 5 good years. But I can also understand, I mean, the nuances, the emotions as he spoke about, and the need to manage all the various stakeholders involved makes it very difficult. And I also think that, unfortunately, we haven't done enough in terms of civic education. Look at the whole of Virginia. They did an election yesterday. I've not heard of one gunshot. I believe another governor, I'm told, I think New Jersey, another election occurred, not a gunshot, not even one. And people voted and went home. And the counting, the integrity in the counting, par excellence. So the need for people to be vigilant and making sure that the counting is done right and all of that, a thing of the past. So I really think that my take home largely is about how we conduct elections, how it is counted. If we let that integrity speak loud, then some of these issues that trigger into collation center, fights and what have you, will reduce the violence and then as it is, make some of these issues a thing of the past. So this is, one way or the other, a call for us to put faith into the electioneering so that all parties involved would not feel slighted and that the transparency will allow for people to be comfortable to cast their vote and go home. Until that is done, when the electioneering process, the integrity in it, the belief that what I voted is what we counted is not there, then some of these issues will continue to happen. One thing I found interesting also was the angle of compensation. And I think that ought to be carefully looked at, because once they set the precedent, then some of us would like to be injured during election
You find it attractive?
Oh, trust me. I mean, I remember Bob Okala saying that he looks for a Mercedes to get knocked down by because of the insurance package. You understand? So I think that it needs to be carefully looked at. If not, another government will come and would want to compensate people of yesteryears. And this would be one of those, what do we call them? Wyoming's money was what?
The 54 million?
No, I'm talking about financial loss to the state.
Yeah, judgment debt.
Causation of which one?
No. Judgment debt.
Judgment debt.
Yes.
Yeah.
People used judgment debt erroneously to appease some compadres. And I think that we need to be very careful and minded so that we don't overcompensate. For lack of a better word. We cannot restore the lives that have been lost, certainly. But I think that we need to be minded. And to reiterate what I heard in passing, that some of the former or current MPs did quite a lot to mitigate the issues, considering what had occurred. Some have even gotten 5-bedroom homes from it. That is what I heard. So those are my few concerns, and I think that
5-bedroom house from what?
Muntaka, right?
They got 5-bedroom houses from what?
As part of the compensation in the Techiman South area.
An MP got 5-bedroom house?
He helped in compensating with 5-bedroom house. Right. Okay, so I'm just that we need to be mindful of some of these things, and I'll preach peace for during elections.
Yeah, let me come to Hamza on the security and crowd control during events such as elections, because the
I'm saying.
The minister mentioned that about 7 or so deaths are linked to police and military.
Yes, and you see, but even before I get to that, let me just start from where my brother left off, about the need for us to be careful in terms of how we
compensate,
yes. We design the compensation packages. I agree with you. It is not just peculiar to Ghana. even in the Western world, because of the nature of insurance claims, people find a way of getting ahead of vehicles just so that they can claim some form of insurance benefits. We know it. Those of us who have lived outside, we know that these things happen.
Or even sleep at Walmart.
Yes, and absolutely, absolutely. So these things happen. So we know that, and so the state must take a cue from it. And like he has indicated, it could be, if it is not carefully managed, it is a novelty. It is something that we need to commend, because you cannot have people needlessly losing their lives or getting brutally attacked for no fault of theirs without any form of compensation by the state. Clearly reckless and unacceptable. And that is why I was so excited when, upon assumption of office, His Excellency President Mahama, as part of his initial directives, was a directive to the Inspector General of Police to investigate all electoral-related violence. I was expecting the report to have gone as far back as 2016. As to why it started in 2020 to 2024.
Statutory limitations, maybe.
Maybe possibility. You have raised an important factor there. So this is possibly the likely cause of it. But you see, Nana, whichever way you look at it, since 1992, this is progressive in thought. And this is transformational and responsive to the actual challenges of our democracy. Because whichever way you view it, we do not have a perfect democratic system yet. We are still on the verge of trying to eventually transform to a well-acceptable democratic practice. And so for the president to have initiated these steps, for me, is comforting and indicative of a progressive leader. And he needs to be commended. Now, Nana, if you look at the contents of the investigation, the number of people we have lost in a matter of 2 general elections is clearly unacceptable. About 15 people, 15 Ghanaians lost their lives over a simple issue as queuing to elect representatives and a president on behalf of all of us. Clearly unacceptable. And our elections are mostly manned by our security agencies. And that is why it is worrying to discover that a chunk of these deaths, out of the 15, about 7 or 8 lost their lives as a result of direct activities of the military and police. So it goes to the issue of professionalism. And again, it raises the conduct of political parties and the way we recruit our so-called sympathizers into the Ghana Police Service and Ghana military. These are issues we need to deal with decisively. Recruitments into our security apparatus needs to be taken seriously. We should not have a situation like we had in the past, where known thugs of the parties were recruited into the Ghana Army and Ghana Police Service. Indeed, there are policemen today you meet on the streets. They are unable to even write their names. They can't speak proper English. And we raise these red flags in opposition about the manner of recruitment and the protocol nature of recruitments into the Ghana Army and Ghana Police, as if that was not enough. I remember as far back in 2018, the NDC also raised red flags about recruitments into national security. We saw the mayhem national security operatives committed in the area also West Wagombai election. Indeed, they did so under the cloud of state protection. A member of parliament, the Honorable Sam George, was assaulted because of the kind of people we recruit into the security services. And so we as politicians must begin to take the blame.
Very well.
But this is a novelty and it's something that needs to be commended. But like he indicated, I agree with him, we must be careful that it does not constitute an incentive to our political party support base to now have a license of protection to know that even if I go and something happens to me, there will be compensation.
Very well.
We must be careful as a people.
Very well. Elvis, one of the things that stood out for me, and I find it quite worrying, is the availability of weapons and sophisticated weapons. The minister mentioned it in some of these areas where the violence happened, especially in Tolong. that they actually, it was more or less a competition. They were taking pride in who had the more sophisticated weapon.
You see, elections determine who determines who gets what, where, and how in a 4-year period. So it's a major stake event in every 4 years. So there's a lot at stake, and any party that wants to win election want to do anything to win election. But violence should not be anything that we should entertain in our elections. There is no reason and justification why anyone should lose his or her life simply because people are supposed to go and kill, use their terms to decide which policies they agree or disagree with. And I'm not saying should anybody die. But because certain people have vested interest and they believe that it's only when their party is in power that they can get certain benefits. They want to do everything possible to make sure that their party wins. It's unfortunate that we should lose 15 people in just 2 elections.
Yeah.
It's a very, very disturbing thing. And as you said, about 7 deaths, we have been told, has to do with security services. But I think that we need to look into more, because personally I have followed these issues when they happened. The initial report police put out, preliminary investigations, that this is what happened, had a lot of disturbing things that I believe that we need to critically look at. Because in the Blakuma instance, for instance, there was someone who is believed to be a national security operative. Is the person who shot. How did that person become a national security operative? What happened there? Is it true that his life was under any form of threat or anything? Where is that case? Because if you are talking about 2020 and we're in
2025.
Right. Look at the period, 5 years, 6 years, and not a single conviction. Okay? Meanwhile, people are said to be on trial, arrested, granted bail, and that is it. And another incident that happened in Tamale that killed a young lady. The police preliminary report at that time, the shot was fired from an aspiring parliamentary candidate's office. So it's like somebody just fired a shot from an aspiring parliamentary candidate's office straight and went and killed a young lady. So I think that just attributing this clashes within rival groups, we know it resulted in some. But I'm interested in when you say a gun was fired from elsewhere, an aspiring parliamentary, a parliamentary candidate's office, and it killed somebody. I don't think that is rival group clashes, and I don't think that is a security killing. So I think that as they work further, you see, it is only when we're able to get to the bottom of these issues and are able to deal with them effectively that people will say at least justice has been delivered.
True.
So we shouldn't actually just bog them together and say 7 were killed by this and that. As for the arms, now we all know in this country, every year the Small Arms Commission put out the report telling us the number of illegal arms that are in the system. And it keeps increasing by the year. So for me, when we talk about arms in this country, it is nothing new, because every year we read the reports. And as we're just discussing about Galamsey, and we say, look at the sophisticated weapons that is actually confiscated from these people when they are arrested. It tells you clearly that the country really has a serious issue to deal with when it comes to illegal arms in wrong hands. It's a very serious situation that we need to deal with, and deal with drastically, because it appears we've been reporting, but it's every year when you read the report of the Small Arms Commission, the numbers keep going up. So the question is, what really are we doing as a country about it? Because see, we should learn from our neighboring countries what has happened to them in terms of civil wars. Wars are always fueled by the availability of the ammunition. So if we are reporting that every year there's increment in illegal arms in the system, then we are treading dangerously.
Right.
For me, nobody should die because of an election, and that's why we must get to the bottom of some of these things. Election is about going to exercise your options, not to kill anybody. rival groups, they are the work of the political parties. And so the political parties might know that if the report say rival group, it means that NDC and people have been indicted, that they are the one who mobilize these rival groups, that go and protect my vote for me or go and represent them somewhere here, and it ends up into some of these things. We must take a serious view of it, because see, if we had an election where it is so close, I want to say, President Mills won with a smaller margin. Assuming that we get an election where the margins become, maybe the winner is winning the presidential election by 100 of votes or 1,000 votes. You can imagine the tension and the disagreement and agreement.
Right,
and if there are this thing in the system, we may have a problem.
Thank you. We'll have to leave it here. We've run out of time, but thank you so much, gentlemen. This has been the News Review segment here on Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 Television. The show continues after this.
This is Afro Quality. It's not just a store. It's a new way to think about African retail. For centuries, Africa's artisans have created. But too often, their reach stopped at the border. Today, it is easier to bring goods from anywhere in the world and sell them in Africa than it is to make something in one African country and sell it in another. Afro Quality exists to change that. We are a retailer dedicated to African brands. A platform where makers scale beyond their home country. A bridge connecting cultures, markets, and communities across Africa. And behind it all, technology. Efficient, modern, seamless. Afro Quality is built to carry African creativity further with the speed and clarity of today's digital world. Africa is the youngest continent in the world, but youth is not an advantage without jobs. Jobs come when makers can sell, when industries can scale, when creativity is turned into commerce. Afro Quality is how we create those jobs, with a network of retail stores in different countries for African brands, making it easier for customers to buy African, and turning every purchase into an act of progress. This is not just retail, it is system change. It is possibility turned into reality. This is Afro Quality.
Uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Trotro from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late?
Of course.
Star 712 hash, star 712 hash. Yeah, you go be the luckiest. Coffee from Georgia be luckiest. From not the cause she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be lucky, luckiest. No matter what the luckiest. Everybody go be the luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God the apple boom. If you put it toy, so would the coming of the son of man be. Is that his car?
Ha! Even now, your shadow the way designer.
I use my own mouth to reject him. Oh, this is my mouth. Look at that.
Kwame, my son. Now, tell me the truth. How did this all happen?
Oh, Mommy, Simple Daleshi. Mr. Good Luck no chem way.
Yeah,
man.
Easy kwa. Or dial star 712 hash. The devil is a liar. He picked his ticket and entered his lucky 5-digit number.
How much birthday?
Oh, how romantic!
And he followed the prompts. Yes. And then boom, confirmation test.
One quick, pick 5 numbers for me, okay? I'm feeling like service.
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the
You see how they love you now?
Yo, baby, our family payment before December, may release a motivational album. Patapa, my super.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Verna is clean, fresh and safe. I'm holding my Verna bottle. No plastic seal, no worries. Open and hear the sound like click. That sound means it's fresh, no trick. No plastic seal, but it's still pure. Cool and clean, you can be sure. Verna leads the brighter way. What takes my doubt away? If it clicks, it's Verna. If it clicks, it's clean. Sip it, feel the difference. Verna water, pure and green. Click, open, sip. Click, open, sip. Chalet Verna, no stress, just sip. Chalet Verna, no stress, just sip.
This advert is FDA approved.
The National Petroleum Authority hereby cautions persons engaged in illicit storage and trading of petroleum products to comply with the regulatory requirements to operate in the downstream petroleum industry. The NPA Act clearly stipulates that no individual shall engage in any commercial activity related to the importation, exportation, re-exportation, shipment, transportation, processing, refining, storage, distribution, marketing, or sale of petroleum products in the downstream industry without first obtaining a license from the NPA board. Failure to secure the necessary license and properly regularize operations will result in confiscation of petroleum products, prosecution under the law, and decommissioning of facility. For more information, contact the National Petroleum Authority on 0302 550 380. You can also visit our head office located at Jolu off the N1 highway or any of our regional offices.
Morning once again, and you are live on Channel 1 TV Breakfast Daily, and of course we bring you nothing but the best here on Breakfast Daily. Nana Tufo Boateng just ended with the panelist or the guest for the newspaper review segment, and of course we've taken up from now to 11 a.m. where we say bye-bye to you, but we are celebrating here at Channel 1 TV because our radio station, which is City 97.3 FM, is 21 good years. And trust me, 21 years is a long time. We've moved away from the conversation and we've now engaged ourselves in more engaging activities, i.e. the events you've been seeing out there. I'm sure you are also preparing yourself for the Agri Fair. You are preparing yourself for other events that we've held. We brought to you the Northern Business Fair. We brought your way. This is Ghana Exhibition and Fair. We've been bringing you Heritage Caravan and all that, and that is of course the 21 good years period. And we say a very big thank you to you out there as ardent listener of City 97.3 FM. Without you, we can't make it this far. So we are excited. But we have a special thing for you today on the show. So you'd want to stay with us for this period, so you'd get to enjoy what we have for you by way of celebrating the 21 years here at City FM, and also we are supporting, that is Channel 1 TV, because definitely we have to be part of this whole celebration. So you will definitely not be left out. Maybe you will not see my co-host today here on set, but she's somewhere preparing something very interesting for you so that you can enjoy. So we wouldn't leave you out in the celebration of the 21 years of City FM here at Dabraka, and also we supporting here from Channel 1 TV at Tesana. So by way, this is just to inform you of what we are doing here at the Media House today. But it's a Wednesday, and of course, when it's Wednesdays, we take our focus much on sanitation issues. Last week, there were issues that came up. The Environmental Service Providers Association, they were making some demands, asking the government to pay them arrears owed to them, else they will lay down their tools come 7th November. We caught up with the local government minister over the weekend when the sanitation day exercise was being observed, and he indicated that there has been some engagement with these members or the ESPA members and all that, but we will go into it deeper. Let's bring you this report of what happened over the weekend there. Sanitation Day that the local government minister embarked on together with the president of the Greater Accra Regional House of Chiefs and other government officials and officials who also embarked on the exercise. But also, this is just to inform you that with a special package I made mention of today as we celebrated 21 years at City FM, maybe in between we would have to cut or interrupt and bring you the package I'm talking about. But for now, let's bring you this report, and after the report, we have conversations on that. The minister led a delegation that included the president of the Greater Accra Regional House of Chiefs, Obuade Noche, King Professor Odaifio Olenchi III, Deputy Local Government Minister Rita Na Odole-Soa, and Gender Minister Agnes Namomolate, among other officials, to observe National Sanitation Day on November 1, 2025. The team commenced the exercise at Krowo, where a cleanup activity was already underway.
And I'm saying with particular reference to Krowo that we should do it. It should be a habit such that if there's any sanitation award to be given, Krowo will have one. The delegation later visited the Lejokuku municipality to monitor the ongoing cleanup exercise. According to the MCE for Lejokuku, Israel Ajete, adequate measures have been put in place by the assembly to improve the sanitation situation within the municipality.
Very soon, you see that Lejokuku has become one of the most brightest and neatest. We've done the silting, we've done dredging across all the streams. We've done a lot.
The local government minister Ahmed Ibrahim also inspected the cleanup exercise at La Dadikotopon, where he reiterated government's commitment to providing metropolitan, municipal and district assemblies with the needed logistics to better manage sanitation in their respective areas.
Look at the enthusiasm. There was about 98% compliance. What we are left with is to making sure that we are able to provide logistics. There was a clear logistical challenge. We are not yet done with the purchase of dustbins, containers, boiler taxis, compactors, wheelbarrows, Wellington boots, shovels, and there's a logistical challenge. That's the only challenge, but that cannot be blamed on the MCEs or the indigenes. I think we as a ministry must carry that one on board. The president of the Greater Accra Regional House of Chiefs, Obuade Noche, King Professor Odaifio Olenchi III, who took part in the exercise, called on citizens to take personal responsibility for keeping their environment clean, stressing that the responsibility should not rest solely on the government.
Maintaining cleanliness in our communities should not be solely the government's responsibility. It must be seen as a shared commitment. As we strive to make Ghana the top tourism destination in Africa, we must take sanitation seriously. No reasonable person would choose to travel to a country or a continent with great tourist attractions, but poor sanitation. Ahmed Ibrahim also addressed the recent threat by the Environmental Service Providers Association, ESPA, to withdraw its services nationwide
on November 7, 2025, if arrears owed to waste management contractors are not paid. He assured that government is in discussions with ESPA members to resolve their concerns.
When ESPA issued their letter that they were giving ultimatum to government by November 7th, a lot of media houses were knocking my door to speak. I refused to speak. Because it wasn't that I couldn't speak, but I needed to engage ESPA. If there's a challenge, let's engage, dialogue, and solve it. So we've met them as a ministry. We've discussed a lot of things. I've promised them I'm going to meet other stakeholders and come back to them. So there will be engagement either tomorrow or day after tomorrow. But in the interim, we've pleaded with them, and that's why today they all took part in this exercise. That problem with ESPA will be resolved.
So you saw that the local government minister ending that report indicating that some form of engagement have been had with the ESPA members. But join us live is Ama Ofori Entry, who is the Executive Secretary for Environmental Service Providers Association, ESPA, to let us understand what the engagement has been and whether they are excited about it or, like Oliver Twist, they want more. Good morning, madam.
Good morning and good morning to your cherished viewers.
Good. Thank you so much for allowing or for joining us and for us getting you this morning. The local government minister made mention of the fact that some form of engagement have been had, or you guys have held engagement, or you had some sort of negotiation and all that. Tell us about that. Is that something that you can confirm for us?
Thank you. Yes, indeed. We held a press conference on Wednesday, and then Thursday evening, the minister engaged us, which was a swift response. However, our petitions put before him were not attended to because it looks like he also has to engage other people before he can give us a definite answer. And as I speak today, Wednesday, I've been expecting that we would have had another meeting yesterday, today, hopefully, I don't know when. But then, I just want government to understand that the last thing ESPA would want to do is to be confrontational or even go on this strike, because we know the impact of the work we do. That is why even as a body and association, we always discourage this form of strike. So I would want to plead with the government that what we need are logistics. We need finances to continue providing the services that we are providing for Ghanaians. Currently, our bankers say we can no longer continue giving money without our servicing the loans. Our suppliers are saying we can no longer continue giving our supplies without us paying. So it's not, we have a genuine concern, and therefore we want government to treat it with its urgency and then give us the necessary logistics to continue providing service for our Ghanaians.
To refresh our minds a bit, the demands you are making, what is the time frame? Is it that you've not been paid for 9 months, a year, 2, 3? Just refresh our minds a bit. And if you'd want to also help us understand the amounts involved.
Thank you. The amount involved is in millions and millions of cedis. And with the timeline, some companies are owed 9 months, some are owed a year, some are owed 2 years, and some are even owed up to 3 years. If the letters I've received and the coalition have done so far. So the arrears are as far back as 3 years, for which we don't have to blame them also. You know, successive governments always inherit such debt. And the previous government was also partly to be blamed for not also settling the debt before going. Anyway, no one knew what the outcome would have been. But whatever it is, it's a systemic problem that we encounter anytime there's change of government. We want to even use this medium to make it such that we have to put in we have to correct this systemic structure so that it stops reoccurring. The inheriting of huge debts from one successive government to the other. So we are just pleading with government. They inherited a lot of arrears, a lot of debts from our sector. And even they as a new government, even as they came in, from January to date, they have also not paid us. So this is why we are calling on them that the service we are provided is an essential one. They all know when it comes to sanitation, it's capital intensive. Even management of a landfill daily involves a lot of money. So please, we need logistics to continue with our work. That is all that we are pleading with government.
You made mention of the fact that it's a systemic failure and it's been there for a very long time. People not being paid or firms not being paid for 3 years, 2 years, 9 months and all that. But where you sit as the executive secretary and having dealt with members in your association, what has been the approach like? What has been the proposal to ensure that these issues are not brought up again and your concerns are addressed fully, so that in the near future we wouldn't see your outfit complaining about being owed money again?
Thank you very much. We've engaged the Ministry of Finance on this subject. We've engaged, it was then the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources. So one of the things to make the sector sustainable, to get a dedicated fund to support our sector, was one of the reasons why we came out with this Nobel innovation in terms of the sanitation and pollution levy. Well, there will be a dedicated fund to take care of the infrastructures that we have, just like the way we have it in the energy sector, that the power plants are supported with services. It's the same thing that we propose. So that was the intended purpose of the sanitation and pollution levy. But currently, as we speak, the sanitation and pollution levy is no longer in place. So even as to how government will even get money to continue to sustain the infrastructure will be a big challenge. So, and then we are re-engaging to ensure that per the contract agreement and all that is in it, is about time government also comply, so that they would not always owe service providers in arrears of 2 years, 3 years, which is not sustainable.
Wow. But now that you've not been paid for a very long time, will you want to share with us how some of your members are going about their operations, or others are totally out of business now?
To be very honest with you, even with the smaller companies, almost 30 companies are at the verge of collapsing. Wow. And that one even has to do with the fee fixing regime. The fees that Assembly fixed for the local companies to collect within their municipalities, metropolitan and district assemblies. The fees are determined based on the social needs of the community, not on the operational or the cost overhead that goes into the operations of the service provider. And this has affected a lot of companies. So you realize that we have not been efficient in doing our work. We are not taking pride in saying that, but that is the honest truth. And you see the rickety cars around, and we have, even with the transporting of the waste to the final disposal site, it's more than 90 kilometers. In Accra, we go all the way to Adepa landfill. So there are genuine challenges as far as even our waste management sector in its entirety is concerned. So we would want to plead with government. This is an essential service. All over the world, all over, how is it done? We are paid per tonnage. nobody goes back to the households to collect 10 cedis, 20 cedis from the households for collection of waste. So going forward, if indeed we digitize Ghana and we can know that each assembly knows the household population, and if we just finish the population and census, and we should have an idea of the number of houses in a particular locality. That way, what happens? You pay the contractor per ton, then the contractor will now be compelled to work, and that one will make our city cleaner. But right now, what we are practicing is the contractors going back to collect their money door to door. Those are those doing the door to door. My membership is varied. I have different categories of membership. So I'm now talking about the general waste management challenges. So going forward, we are asking that government should really look at the whole sector so that the situation can improve. If not, even a few companies that are existing, they might run away from the sector. Or once they collapse, they cannot continue. When I took over about 12 years ago, I have seen about 10 companies collapse. I can mention names on air, but that is not good. So if indeed private sector is the engine of growth, why won't government support the private sector? We've done so well in terms of employment. We've engaged over 100,000 informal workers, and for formal workers, over 5,000. So we've, in terms of paying taxes and what have you, once the private sector is doing well, it improves the economy. And we also agree that with the intervention of the private sector, sanitation improves in Ghana. So we should not, it is time for us to sustain the gains we have made, not to rather retrogress. So we are just pleading with government. It's an essential service, and we do not intend to be confrontational. That is not our intention. But then we need logistics to continue with our work.
I want to find out from you, your members, how many do you have? And also, we know that you've threatened to embark on a strike or lay down your tools November 7th. We will come to that as to whether you will embark on it or not. But you would also want to share with us what the side effect will be should you go ahead with your planned strike. But first, your members and what the ramification will be should you embark on this action you want to take.
With my membership, we have the formal contract, that's a big company. Then we have the informal. So we have the septic MCS, those who pull it, we call them the liquid waste. Those who come to your household to put your wastewater. They also go to the waste treatment facilities to dislodge it. They are also part of the membership. With the informal, I have various their associations. So EPA is more or less like an umbrella body of small associations that have come together. So under the informal, I have the Aboboya people, the Sachet Water people, the Scrap Relay, and even with the tickets, we have different memberships. So the membership is varied, and our membership is nationwide. It's not only Accra and Kumasi. So I have members who are into land filling. I have members who are into transfer stations. I have members who are into recycling. I have members who are into wastewater treatment. I have members who are into hazardous waste treatment, and members also in electronic waste treatment. So currently, this is how the membership looks like. It is close to 10,000 members.
Wow. So should you decide to embark on a demonstration, you mean close to 10,000 members will all stop work?
What is going to happen is most of the places where they are going to be dumping, they will no longer have access to it. So it's going to affect their work. With the landfills, you do not have a lot. Even already we are even grappling with landfill challenges. We do not even have enough to even contain the waste at the final disposal site. It's one of the reasons why we are promoting the recycling, where we add value to the waste. And for those facilities too, they've not been paid for a year and over. And their machines are very sensitive machines. The laborers, they've not been paid for months now. So how can they continue to provide service? So what is going to happen is, even with the informal sector, when they collect, they have to send it to the transfer station. So if these transfer stations are closed, how are they going to access it and dump? So it's the rippling effect of the big facilities being shut down that would affect everybody. So even if you, in your household, when your service provider picks your waste, if the strike just come on, and after 7, he comes to pick your waste, where would he send it? That is the challenge. So that is how come it's going to affect everybody. And the last time it happened, there was cholera outbreak, malaria, what have you. That is not our intention at all. So I'm just making a passionate plea to the government that it's urgent and that they should attend urgency to this subject.
So from what you said, you've just been engaged once.
Yes, we've been engaged once.
And have you been told when next you'll be engaged?
Actually, the minister requested that we present a position paper to him, which I did yesterday. So I'm hopeful that today or tomorrow there might be another engagement.
Okay.
But that notwithstanding, what we need now is logistics. So I'm calling on Ministry of Finance to look at their miscellaneous budget and get something for the service providers to continue providing service while we work to correct the systemic challenges that have happened over the years.
Beautiful. Now, the big question I want to ask you, 7th November, will you embark on the exercise, on the strike, or laying down your tools or not?
We would embark on the exercise if we did not receive any form of financial support. It is not intentional. Our suppliers will not continue to give us fuel. Spare parts we owe in millions. They said they cannot continue to support us. For the landfills, they use drums of oil daily, about 4 or 5 drums daily. They owe over close to 2 years. We would be doing business and be giving you credit facilities over and over and over again when you are not servicing the debt.
Wow. Anyway.
So that is where we are. It is not our intention. We are with the work we do. Government is our key partner. If government does not give us the contract, we cannot implement them. We cannot even work. So we are in partnership with government. If waste belongs to government, so the services that we are providing on behalf of the municipal, metropolitan municipal district assembly. So it is their mandate that has been privatized and called to the private sector. And the private sector indeed, you admit that ever since came on board the sanitation sector, the situation has improved. So we would not deliberately take an action like this. Even banks have taken contractors to court. As I see, some of my members are in court for not fulfilling, defaulting the agreements in terms of payments. Even internationally, especially those who have gone for Exim Bank loans and such abuse. So it's a very distressful situation. It's not like it's a very distressful situation.
Okay, Madam, thank you so much for your time. I'm out for your entry. We are grateful, and we'll be following
opportunity.
up keenly what the government will be doing on this particular case. She's the Executive Secretary of Environmental Service Providers Association, and she is saying that should nothing happen, definitely the action they want to take, they would definitely embark on the strike, and that means that that refuse of yours would have to stay in your home for a very long time till maybe they call off the strike. But the government maybe would have to meet them halfway and try and maybe clear their debts a bit, the arrears owed them, so that they can proceed with their work, because she made mention of the fact that they have over 10,000 members. That's a lot. Anyway, but I told you that we have a lot for you on the show. We will still be maintaining the momentum on sanitation issues here on the show. But let's bring you a bit of the things that we've been talking about with you here. 21st anniversary, 21 years of City FM. We told you that definitely we'll bring you a few things that will be happening here on the show, and we will definitely tell you how things have been in the past, how things are now. The favorite people you've been hearing on radio, Bernard Avler, who's the general manager. You've been hearing Richard Sky way back from Eyewitness News, and now he's on the morning show, breakfast show, and other individuals too who are on radio. But my co-host, Chris Carter, is down to bring us all the things, all the juicy stuff we need to know about the 21st anniversary celebration. Chris, good morning.
Hi, good morning, Philip. How are you?
I'm good. You are excited. For once.
Yes, I'm very excited. I'm actually very excited right now because we are at the Channel One's garden, and if you can look behind me, you can see everyone is celebrating. We're about to have a Thanksgiving, and it's all about City 97.3 FM being 21 years. You know, it's been 21 years of entertaining, informing, and connecting people from across the nation. And the only thing we can say is we thank God for all this. And also, we would like to say a very big congratulations to everyone that has made this work. Congratulations to each and every one of us, everyone that you've been hearing their voices, everyone behind, you know, the scenes, all the producers, all the technical people. We want to say a very big congratulations to each and every one of them. So we'll be going around and have conversations with people and know exactly how they feel. So for now, we have started the Thanksgiving service, and of course we have a choir, the City Choir we like to call it, or the Channel One Choir that we like to call it. So they are already singing, praising God, excited and all that. But anyway, we have someone here. We have Bernard Avler. Bernard Avler, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
So how excited are you about being 21 years old?
No, it's a joy. I'm really excited. I mean, I remember the first day we started, you know, I didn't know we would get to this stage. So we are thanking God because it's the Lord's doing, and it's really, really marvelous. I actually sat in the same studio today that we did the first program in, and look at what God is doing in our lives. So we are very, very excited.
So what has been some of your high moments ever since you joined City 97.3 FM, from being just Bernard Avler to being the GM right now?
You know, I started as a national service person, and yesterday or Monday, we were bringing in some new service personnel, and I was telling them that, look, 21 years ago, I was just like you. I wasn't really sure where this was going, but look at where I am now. So there's a lot to be grateful for. There have been many high moments, and I'm not sure I have reflected enough to even share, but I will say to you that God has kept some of us here since inception. You know, we've had staff who have worked for 15 years, 20 years, 10 years. It's a great gift. Now there's a TV station as well. That's a blessing as well. Many, many, many awards. We've also evolved from simply doing news events. We are talking about agri-fair and stuff. The impact has been strong, you know. So I think there's been many, many. And I think the most important thing is the people. Look at these guys. When you want to assess something success, it's the people it also brings out. These are the examples of the faithfulness of God. So I think those things are part of it.
Okay, so what's the future for City 97.3 FM? What should we be looking out for? I mean, we're all in it together, so what should we be looking out for?
They were singing some song and said, great things he has done, greater things he will do. So many things. So many things. I think that we are going to have, the media itself is changing, right? So it's not just the news reporting, but using the media to build the country in a very meaningful way. And I think in the next decade or so, if God gives us life, we will see very meaningful campaigns around behavioral change, around nation building, around unifying the country. As we speak, we are doing a campaign, Eat Ghana food, Eat Ghana rice, and that kind of thing. That's what media is supposed to do. Get people to see themselves in the right way. So hopefully, if Jesus tarries, that's what we will see.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Really nice talking to you. Enjoy yourself. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. That's Bernard Avley, the host of the City Breakfast Show, and also the GM for Channel 1 TV and City 97.3 FM. Like he said, from their first transmission to the digital space right now, they have been doing so well and evolved in so many ways. And also, let's not forget, it's all about relevant radio when it comes to City 97.3 FM.
Oh God, you so good. Oh God, you are kind. God, you are wonderful, my Lord. Oh God, you are so good, God. God, you so kind. God, you excellent is your name.
Charlie Beast.
The Lord has been good. When we look on our left, we look on our right, we look behind us, we look before us, all we can say is that God has been Good. Thank you, Channel 1 Choir, City Choir. Thank you so much for such an amazing, amazing time of praise and worship. Eddie, you did your thing. We're grateful. Thank you so much. So, well, please be seated. Thank you. We are gathered here today for one reason. We are gathered here to say, Ebenezer, thus far has the Lord brought us. The Lord has been great. He's been merciful. Through thick and thin, through COVID, through all else, He's brought us here. And today, City FM is 21. Wow. 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 I can just look at somebody like maybe Fafa, who is a little over 21, and say, look, this is the age of City FM. You know, and it's the doing of the Lord. Not by might, not by power. It's just by the Spirit of the living God. And we are thankful. So if you see us sitting here all, you know, dressed up and looking nice with smiles, it's because we are here to say, thank you, God, for all that you've done. Today we are gathered for a Thanksgiving service to say that we appreciate what the Lord has done in our lives as individuals and also as an organization. It's just the grace of God. People, the organization who did not survive beyond COVID. It's so many of them. And we are here to say, praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. So this morning, please join me in saying, thank you, Abba Father. Thank you. He's been a father to us. At this, I want to invite my own Pastor Maui Chikota. He's going to lead us in exaltation and also in prayers. Pastor Maui.
Praise the Lord. Hallelujah. I can hear your voice. You don't look like you are preaching one. Praise the Lord. You are responding like you are just 9 months old. Praise the Lord. You let the earth hear your voice. Praise the Lord. Hallelujah. Amen. We are alive to experience 21 years of CTFM. Let's share a word of prayer and then we go into God's word. Father, we thank you for this morning. We thank you for your grace. It's been you from the beginning and it's been you throughout our journey. And we thank you for how far you've brought us. Lord, as we go into your word, we ask that you grant us understanding to walk in the place of gratitude for the great and mighty things you have done through CTFM. We give you all the praise and glory in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. We'll be taking our exhortation from Psalm 127. Psalm 127. From the verse 1, it says, unless the Lord builds the house, they labor in vain who build it. Unless the Lord guards the city, the watchman stays awake in vain. It is vain for you to rise up early, to sit up late, to eat the bread of sorrows, for he gives his beloved sleep. Behold, children are heritage from the Lord. The fruit of the womb is a reward. Like arrows in a hand of a warrior, so are the children of one's youth. Happy is the man who has his quiver full of them. They shall not be ashamed, but shall speak with their enemies in the gate. May the Lord bless the reading of his word in Jesus' name. Amen. Now, this psalm reveals the heart of one who appreciates God, who recognizes God's goodness, who recognizes the work of God, who recognizes that all things is by the grace and the strength of God. So in the verse 1 it says, unless the Lord builds the house, they labor in vain who build it. Unless the Lord does it, then you will labor, but it is in vain. You know, we are created as people to labor. We are created as people to work. We are created as people to appreciate effort. We are created as people to recognize effort. And so sometimes in our thinking, we always think that it is just the effort. It's like when a child is born and the child tries to make some movement to crawl, you see the parents excited. Why? Because they appreciate the effort. When the child begins to walk, they are excited. Why? Because they appreciate the effort. When the child begins to run, they are excited. Why? Because they appreciate the effort. When the child begins to feed itself, the parents appreciate the effort. So as a people, we appreciate effort. And as organizations, you walk into a space, everyone wants to see you putting in the effort. Can I hear a loud amen? And in a space like City FM, where we work so hard, we put in a lot of work, we try to make sure that things are done the right way and to put in the excellence that we put in. If we don't take care, all we'll see is the effort. But as a people, we recognize that for 21 years, if it had not been the Lord, we would not be where we are today. Because there are people who are putting effort, but are nowhere to be found. There are people who are putting the labor, but they are nowhere to be found. But the Lord, through his word, is saying that unless he does it, you will labor, but it's in vain. What does that mean? It means that your effort, your labor must go hand in hand with the workings of God, with the grace of God, with the strength of God, for you to experience the glory that God has made available unto you. And so as we celebrate 21 years, we come to the Lord with a heart of gratitude, knowing that unless the Lord does it, it will be in vain. Oh, for some organizations, when COVID hit, they were nowhere to be found. Some survived 2 years, others survived 5 years, others 10 years. We have survived 21 years. Unless the Lord is in it, this work would have been in vain. Praise be to the name of the Lord. If you hear the story of how City FM began, sometimes when Samens and co share the beginnings of this station, how they had to struggle to even get the first advert on air. Sometimes had to do the advert for people without even paying for it. Hallelujah. Omani is looking at my face. He understands, struggling through. Unless the Lord does it.
Chris, good morning once again. Chris.
But today we can stand
Hi, Chris.
and of the truth say that this is the workings of the Lord. This is
Hello.
the Lord.
Yeah, so as Pastor Mauli goes on with the message, telling us all we need to know about City FM, kindly tell us briefly how the mood is there. Some of the people you can see there, we know some of the known faces, and also later you will have to join me in studio. Then we'll have to see how best you are going to wrap up issues in the studio. So take over, Chris.
All right, so Philip, as you can see, I'm still at the Channel 1 Gardens, and of course, Pastor Mauli is preaching right now. And if you don't know Pastor Mauli, I'm sure some of you have been listening to him on the radio early in the morning. That is the Pastor Mauli that is preaching behind me. The mood, I would say, started off exciting, but of course, we are listening to the Word of God right now, so it's solemn, it's calm, everybody's being inspired, everybody's listening to everything that the pastor is saying, and of course, the Spirit is with us right now. And also we have everyone that you all, listen to on radio. We have Frema Edunyami, who's right here. We also have Omani, who's right here. We also have our HR, who's right here, Apioko. Everyone that represents the whole company is here. I even see DJ Mingo somewhere in the corner. And also all the TV presenters and hosts that you see on TV, everyone is also here. And like I said in the beginning, people that make things happen, the ones that we don't see or we don't hear, the technical people, the producers, everybody is right here together to say thank you, God, for bringing us this far. And like I said, from the first transmission into the digital space right now, City 97.3 FM is still what it is, relevant radio, and it's evolving in different ways, and we can't wait to see what the future actually has. But right now it's time for me to sign out from here and maybe join them, or probably come back to Philip. If Philip begs me, I'll probably come back to him, but if he doesn't beg me, I'll just enjoy this whole ceremony with them right here. But anyway, thank you so much for staying tuned with us. This is what's going on here, but we have to sign up and continue the show.
To cover news and the danger in there. I remember one time there was this whole confusion at the MPP headquarters. It was the time of the Polafoko and the Kwabene Japan issue, and Richard Sky was there and he was covering, and somehow I just decided to leave the office and drive through the place and see what's going on. And the moment I got there, that was when the Butu had started. There was chaos all over the place, and Sky was in danger. And I was driving and I saw him removing the City FM jacket. He had just taken off the jacket, removing his shirt. He had some inner white shirt just to hide it. And then I drove past him and I said, "Sky!" I opened the car and he sat in. That was his security, because that day people were being beaten left, right, center. Journalists were being beaten left, right, center. Some of you have been in dangerous places like that, and it is the Lord who has covered you. You can't take it for granted. It is the Lord who has covered you. If you look at some of the things we have done by the grace of God, we can only say that the covering of the Lord has been over us as a station. Praise be to the name of the Lord. And so today, as we gather, we don't gather for ourselves. We gather to the glory of the name of the Lord. That in our watching our backs, it is the Lord himself who has watched over us. Praise be to the name of the Lord. He says in the verse 2 that it is in vain for you to rise up early, to sit up late, only to eat the bread of sorrow, for he gives his beloved sleep. This scripture is telling us that there are people who can rise up very early and go to work and labor, yet would have nothing to show for it. You have nothing. He says it is in vain to rise up and to go to bed, only to eat the bread of sorrow. But of the truth, we can say that in our rising up early and in our going to bed late, in our keeping the nation informed, in our moving with the vision of relevant radio always, in our various events, it has never been in vain. The Lord has not forsaken us. The Lord has blessed the works of our hands. We can testify that of the truth, we are not eating the bread of sorrow, and we will never eat the bread of sorrow. Can I hear loud amen? We can say that by the grace of God, he has blessed the works of our hands. We can say that for 21 years, God has shown, God has proven to us that even in the midst of difficult situations, in the midst of the hardships, he still blesses the works of our hands. Sometimes some of the ideas that come and we execute them and we see the success that it comes with, people sit and wonder, how How? How is it possible that a radio station can do this? How is it possible that you people are able to do it? No, because the Lord has not allowed our waking up early and to going to bed late to be in vain. And today we will thank him and we will give him all the praise. Can I hear loud amen? Your waking up has not been in vain. Some of you wake up to read all kinds of materials. You wake up to pray to God. You join us on This Is Your Day. And it is so good when you have staff of City FM, when as radio pastors you are on air and they are sending you messages that we are praying with you. It's just encouraging to know that the staff are at work. And that is why your work will not go in vain. And as the Lord has not caused us to eat the bread of sorrow, the same God who has been with us, his word says that the glory of the latter house shall be greater than the former. If you've seen 21 years and how God has been glorious to us, watch out for the next 10 years. Well, I didn't hear an amen. I said watch out for the next 10 years. Watch out for the next 20 years, because the glory of the latter shall be greater than the former. If this is how far the Lord has brought us in the past, for the past 21 years, we can, of the truth, trust him and believe him that the coming years will be greater and will be better to the glory of God. And so this morning, as we gather to thank God for 21 years, one thing is for sure: this is the doing of the Lord. This is the building of the Lord. This is the protection and the guidance of the Lord. And this is the blessing and the prosperity of the Lord. He has built it, he has watched over it, and he has not allowed our labor to be in vain. And we'll give him all the praise, we'll give him all the glory in Jesus' name. Amen. I want you to rise up on your feet and let us give God thanks. I want you to, in your own words, in these three areas of the Lord building the station, of the Lord establishing it, you want to say, Heavenly Father, thank you for your hand that is upon City FM, for your hand that has been upon City FM. Lift up your voice and begin to thank God and begin to appreciate the Lord. That Lord, we thank you for building this organization, even in the name of Jesus. Thank you for building this organization to the glory of your name. We honor you, Lord, that it is not by might nor by power. It has been by your grace. It has been by your grace. It is not our strength. You, O God, have built it from the beginning up until now. From the beginning up until now, you, O God, have built it. It is yours. 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 We thank you, O God, that in the name of Jesus, you have shown your hand strong over this institution. No weapon formed or fashioned has prospered, and it will not prosper. It will not prosper to the glory of your name. It won't prosper to the glory of your name, because you, O God, have built it. You, O God, have established it. You, O God, have blessed it to the glory of your name. You want to say, Heavenly Father, thank you that in our going out and our coming in, you, O God, have protected us. You want to say, Lord, thank you for your protection. Thank you for your protection. Thank you for your protection. Thank you for your guidance. Thank you that your eyes are upon us. You who watches over us. You who neither sleeps nor slumbers. We thank you that your eyes are upon this station, this organization, moving from glory to glory, moving from grace to grace. We honor you, O Lord, for this blessing. You want to say, Lord, we thank you that you have not caused our labor
there for you, praying and also thanking God for 21 years. And it hasn't been an easy journey, but God has taken us through. Chris, finally, you are in the studio.
Yes. I heard you begged me, so.
I
heard you begged me, so that's why I had to come back. But it's.
But I envy you, though.
Why?
I'm supposed to be down there at least, also enjoying and also
praising
thanking God for 21 years. I remember I came to City 2015.
And how has it been like for you?
It's been fantastic.
Because you have been here longer than I have been, obviously.
Maybe. So 2015 came here, maybe one day, but this time I'm telling my story on TV. Came in as a salesperson. So
yeah, you have a very interesting story.
The marketing department. And after 4 months, I received a call. I was like, no, you would move from the sales department, marketing, to newsroom. So I came to the newsroom and I was like, left like that, learn, observe, and get the job done.
Right.
And that has been it.
And now this is you.
Yes.
From sales to news to now an anchor of the Breakfast Daily Show here on Channel One TV.
One thing that City makes you do or will take you through with the fact that you have to learn.
Yes.
I see City to be a school that you have to go through the process. You would have to learn. You would have to observe, and it's trained you.
Yeah,
so
that's the word.
When you stand out there as a journalist from City, people will say that, hey, you are from City. You know people like questions and all that. No. The system automatically will take you through because you wouldn't go for an assignment or you wouldn't say you're going to cover a story and you would come back and you are bringing some sort of what we term here as nya story, nya story, or angle that is not making waves.
Yeah.
People are doing better angles and you are not doing any. But so I think it's been an interesting one. 21 good years, please. We want to thank God for how far he has brought us.
Right.
But you have been here how many years?
Well, I have been here, on and off, because I started as not full time. Yeah. So if you put it together, not being full time with the full time, I think I've been here for like 5 years.
Oh, beautiful.
Yes.
Half of mine.
Yes, half of yours. And full time we're looking at 2.5. Yeah.
Wow.
But it's been great, and like you said, there's one thing that here actually does for you. It molds you. It's like it takes you through the fire for you to become the jewel that everybody sees.
Oh, someone has just sent me a message. Tell them you not bring any business in 4 months. Hey, Obed, I did. I brought a business. Maybe you didn't see, but I know Obed was with us in the sales department. And trust me, the sales department, I wish everyone would work in that department because it's like the department that is holding the entire organization.
The engine. Yeah.
Though sometimes newsroom will say, we are doing it, we are bringing news. No. Go to the sales department.
They are the engine.
I remember very well in 2015, after Omane released me to go out there and go and look for clients. This story, I'll tell it one day, but let me just give you a bit of it. I used 2 to 3 hours to walk in 3 communities. Yes, Laboni, Osu, and Cantonment, looking for clients. And funny where you would visit a particular company, and you'll be told that a colleague of yours has been here already.
Has been here already? So like a competition?
Competition. So there is an internal competition before an external competition. It's called, mind you, in that sales department, you are competing with your colleagues so you can get clients. Then externally, you are competing with other media houses. So you would have to really do the job well. Stephen Doche, those times I sit in his car. Mantebia, solid salesperson. Mantebia, so he also took me around, Ivy, Obed, and all that. But eventually when I moved from the sales department to the newsroom, I want to say that everybody should at least visit the sales departments once in a while and give them thumbs up. But not to say that other departments are really important, but it's evolved. It's moved from one position to the other. And I can tell you for a fact that the 21 years should sometimes tell you the story, some of the chilling stories, what we have gone through, some of the things that he has gone through to keep the brand alive. And brand visibility, very important, because like Pastor Mauli said, media houses have come and gone.
Yeah.
Some have come 1 year, you don't see them. 2 years, you don't see them. But for a private media house to last for 21 years, and mostly when people are citing example with media houses, you will never hear anywhere that in Ghana people are citing example of media houses that have made it or are churning out good information or proper information without hearing the word of City in there.
I think with City 97.3 FM, it has actually become one of the pillars when it comes to the Ghanaian media landscape. Let's not take it away from them. Even before joining Cities, everybody's talking about City. And before you even say, I work, City, you know. But then again, we want to say a very big thank you to all the listeners, because without the listeners, I don't think we would have come this far. So I want to say a very big thank you to each and every one of you out there that have made it possible. In fact, you are the MVP. Yeah, we have MVPs, you know, most valuable players here, but you have also, you know, given us that hope, and you have also inspired us to keep doing what we are doing and also keep evolving as time evolves. Thank you so much for listening.
And people have really played their roles very well in the past, because when I came to the newsroom, I met people like Pella Kanyofori, Eugenia Tinkran, Raymond Aqua, Kojo Ajimai, who was my buddy. Nana Bwachi Yadom. Yes, that gentleman, I doff my heart out to that gentleman, because he actually took me through a number of things in the newsroom. May the soul of Christopher Opoko rest in perfect peace. Jessica Opare Saforo.
Jessica.
A very key role. And Vivian Kai Loco also. A number of them. If I don't mention your name, please forgive me. A number of people have passed through. Just a few I can readily remember is what I have really mentioned. But a number of them really played a role in there and taking us from year 1 to 21. For me, I joined when it was so 11 years. Yes, so I think it's been a very good one. So someone saying that 21 years, he's fully grown up to marry. So thank you so much. Like Chris indicated, without you, the viewer, the listener, the person out there with your criticisms and also with your comments, with everything you share with us, without you engaging us, we wouldn't be where we are today. Without you listening, we wouldn't be where we are today.
And also our online followers, thank you so much. Thank you so much, because you have made up our community online. Like, we have evolved from, you know, just being from the first transmission. Now we are online, and you have contributed to those, you know, numbers. So thank you so much for building that community with us on all social media platforms. Thank you, and keep spreading the word. Thank you so much.
I know of people who will say that they actually listen to the only relevant radio station every now and then on radio. So they are going to work.
We actually have a message.
Yes.
So this message is from David Esuman. I have grown up with you guys, and it has been quite the journey for me personally. God bless you and your hard work. Thank you so much, David.
So people listening to City 97.3 FM. And you know, funny how the morning show moved away from the normal politics to developmental issues. So Bernard will send me, go and do a story on space buses. So, and they will look at that, have conversation on the space buses, or go and do a report on a drainage somewhere. And that is exactly what we are doing on Breakfast Daily. Looking at developmental issues and talking about them. Because eventually, media would have to move away from all these things and bring the media close to you. Try and tell the story and also bring the change that is needed in the communities. And I think that is what City has really driven in a very long time. Changing the narrative and all that. And if someone needs an information, the person will come to citynewsroom.com. Those times it was cityfmonline.com. And if somebody wants an information or something is happening somewhere, immediately we'll call our line. Instead of maybe going to the police or going to the authorities, the person will call our line and say that, hey, something is happening here or that. So it should be worked on. I think a lot of things have really been done in a very long time.
All right, so we have another message here. My name is Stephanie Baker. My father literally never changes the dial in his car. It's always on your station, and I have adopted that. Hopefully my children will as well. Thank you, Stephanie. Thanks to your father. Shout out to your father.
and I like this part too. You're on radio and you use a wrong vocab or you say something which is grammatically wrong, you read a story and there are errors in, quick, somebody will prompt you. Or someone will get the notification. Somebody has said something which is bad on air. Like and funny how we sit in the studio thinking that nobody is listening, but a lot of people are listening. So like we keep saying, with you being out there with your help, with your assistance and all that, that is what has brought us here where we are today. I'm sure that there are a number of things that are going to be rolled out in the coming days to celebrate the 21 years.
And we didn't talk about our events, you know.
Yes.
We've also held it down with events, and you know, all the patrons,
you know,
all the
D2R?
sponsors. Which one?
D2R.
Yes,
December
that's how it actually started, and in metamorphosed into situation, right?
Yeah.
So yes.
You know Mogo?
Yeah, I know Mogo.
You know Mogo?
I know Mogo.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, Kojo Akoto Boateng, yes, those times. He used to MC Mogo, and Nick Paco Thompson as well. I know him very well. So a number of people have come through, Loisha Nkrumah and all that. A number of people have really come through. So the media house has really stood the test of time, and it's really brought you all what you need to know for a very long time. So Kweku Biscuit, yeah, also from the sales department. The names are coming, but if I say I'll mention, we will not finish on the show. But just celebrate with us. It's 21 years. If you have any message you would want to share with us, definitely our phone lines are open. You can send it to us before 11, before we wrap up the show. But 21 years as we are celebrating City 97.3 FM, and definitely we can't disassociate ourselves from it, because City and Channel one family. For that reason, we will have to also talk about it very well. But we have a message before we go.
Yeah. So Philip Mante here. I've always wondered how you hosts and presenters do what you do, and how you keep your composure in all things, being attacked, assaulted, and treated poorly, and yet you give us such good content. Long live City 97.3 FM.
It's not easy. I don't know if you know of Franklin. I've forgotten to say. We had him here. Yeah, Franklin. I remember him very well. He actually went to cover a demonstration at Old Fadama, which is the Agbogloshi side.
Yeah.
And he met Cephas Arthur, then who was with the Public Relations Department at the Ghana Police Service. And you can hear a voice of Franklin actually chasing Cephas Arthur and asking him why he is fleeing the crime scene. And I think that audio is mostly played on Peace FM in the mornings or that. So a number of people have really put their lives on the line. They've sacrificed to bring you that beautiful content you've been enjoying. And also, people have stayed awake for a very long time. Sometimes you would have to go and file a report as early as 5 a.m. or 4 a.m. You would have to stay through the night filing reports. You'd have to be reading. Mind you, when we are doing the reports, we are looking at the backstories of all that. Example would be Bernard Avle, before he would come on breakfast show, which he has done for 20 to 21 years. He would have to wake up every morning around 4 or 3, get to the office early, and read. I've gone to the office that early before, and funny, you would see Bernard behind his desk learning before he would come on air. So most of the things we put out there by way of giving you the relevant information, they didn't really come easy like that. But with your help, with your assistance, because if we produce and you don't consume, certainly we don't have a product line out there. But definitely if we are producing and you are consuming, that means you like our products. For that reason, you are consuming. And you give us feedback. This has really shaped us. So we are in it with you.
So we also have a message from our friends from the Roseburg Ear, Nose and Throat Clinic. That's Dr. Neil Budai. He said, congrats to you all on your 21st anniversary. Good job and keep going. Thank you so much, Doc.
Beautiful. So we've said enough about the 21 years. We'll go for a quick break. But when we come back, we will zoom straight into our communities again and hammer more on sanitation issues. Stay with us.
Uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
The second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again? Huh?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa dear. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late, of course.
Star 712 hash, star 712 hash. Go be the luckiest. Go be from Georgia, be luckiest. From Natepia, cause she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest. Everybody go be that luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God down for boom. If you put it toy, so would the coming of the Son of Man be. Is that his car?
Ha! Even now, your shadow the way designer.
I use my own mouth to reject him. Oh, this is my mouth. Look at that.
Kwame, my son. Now, tell me the truth. How did this all happen?
Oh, Mommy, a simple dilation. Mr. Good Luck no check me well.
Yeah, man. Easy car. Or dial star 712 hash.
The devil is a liar.
He picked his ticket and entered his lucky 5-digit number.
I'm his birthday.
Oh, how romantic.
And he followed the prompt. Yes. And then boom. Confirmation test. Afa.
One quick, pick 5 numbers for me, okay? I'm feeling like 7.
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompt and let destiny handle the
You see how they love you now?
Yo, baby, our family Pemasimeno. Before December, may release a motivational album. Patapa, my super.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
This tote pays 3 salaries. This book keeps 2 children in school. This cream supports 5 households. Every product creates a job.
Afro-quality. Buy African, build Africa.
This November, something amazing is coming to Accra. Are you a farmer with fresh produce? Are you into fish farming, poultry or livestock? Then get ready for the November edition of the AgriFair 2025. Yes, AgriFair 2025. It's happening on Friday the 28th to Sunday the 30th of November. It's happening at the Ifosadan Children's Park and it's 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. It's the ultimate weekend marketplace. From fruits and vegetables to poultry, livestock and fish to agri-inputs and processing machinery. All at unbeatable farm gate prices. Whether you're selling or buying, this is your chance to connect, trade and grow. Enjoy the freshest farm produce, sizzling kebabs, and a vibrant marketplace atmosphere all in one space. Register now and secure your spot. Call 0558-973-973 for more information. AgriFair 2025, where culture meets innovation. The AgriFair 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM and is proudly sponsored by Horticulture Business Platform, Development Bank Ghana, Legacy Crop Improvement Center, and Gersel.
We are grateful that you stay with us here on Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV. We said we would go back to our communities, but there is an issue in South Galilee, and today we are actually dedicating the whole segment for sanitation issues. Let's take you to Galilee. Let's bring you this report followed by Central Regional Correspondent who happened to be closer to the place and also filed this report about sanitation in Galilee.
The Galilee market is one of the municipality's major food trading hubs,
home to the tilapia market, coconut oil market, and the popular local Jen Akpeteshi market. But the choked drains and foul stench around the area paint a disturbing picture of neglect. Residents say they constantly see people dumping refuse directly into open drains, but admit they feel powerless to stop the practice. Living in such conditions, residents say, has become extremely difficult and unhealthy.
When it's raining heavily, instead of the water to pass through, go down there, look at a different path here. Meaning that we need a gutter here.
Because na kakra but dia nkofo de bola gum wo no ho anti se kakra petia na afa begu ha ti se me papa ya wo hu ni no de adena ya de tiwula no de apia.
Within the enclave also lies a waste transfer station that is virtually turned into a landfill site. Containers and tricycles belonging to waste management firms Sisbros and Zoom Lion are stationed here, but the facility is poorly managed, deepening residents' frustration.
Trouble my and say, "Go if you cry, ya could be our Bahadana cry, but I could be new, but I could be near right to be nice yourself." So, Omo ye names you know, no more the board than be Omutu.
Workers at the site operate without protective gear, exposing themselves to health and safety risks.
Offend word twist in a year by into 1 million, 1 month, 1 million for mine. But ye bay then company na a quoting. Into a nutina, Mr. Hanu, I say a day, Ukraine, who say Bola or Topun, a nutina me here, can.
A former assemblyman for the area, David Bolo, who volunteers to desilt choked drains, expressed disappointment at the inaction of local authorities, despite the site's closeness to the Gas South Municipal Assembly.
It is very bad, but we have been working on it since time immemorial, but it is not working because we've been during the former Kufuor time. We have been written to the Assembly concerning the gutter, but nothing has been done about it. Even when the drip came, we thought it would come to solve the problem, but ever since, nothing was done about it.
While Sisbros Waste Management Company could not be reached for comment, the Zoom Lion manager for Wejagbawe and Gas South, Emmanuel Kofi J, declined to speak on record, but clarified that the transfer station is not under Zoom Lion's management.
This is a very sad one, Galilea, a very disturbing one. I'm sure that maybe if you're taking your breakfast, we apologize, but we would have to push the agenda so that at least the government to see what is really happening when it comes to sanitation and the urgency and resolving sanitation issues in this country. Akwesiado, who is our man who filed this report, is joining us live. Akwesi, good morning.
Good morning, Philip and Chris.
Hi, good morning.
Akwesi, I like your brevity. I like the fact that you were able to go to the place and you stood there to file this report. How was the feeling like when you were filing this report in such an environment?
Not a very pleasant one. You can imagine stepping on uncollected refuse that has been tied up for several months, containing some amount of water and all that. And then at a point, because I wanted to speak to this guy who works at the site, I had to climb one of the tricycles. And I didn't want to touch the tricycles at all. So I had to literally jump on the tricycle. So you can see that this wasn't pleasant at all. And if I just visited the place for just once is telling you that this is not a pleasant situation, then you can imagine the kind of traumatic experience people are having in the area, because the stench here is that bad. And imagine frogs entering into your room. Imagine flood water carrying refuse from the landfill site into your room or compound anytime it rains. this is not something that people can live by.
Wow. And do you know how long this situation has been?
It's been here for a very long time. So let me say that previously I resided in this area. There's an estate here. That was where I resided, and I lived here for about 2 years. Then I left, and I've spent 2 years at my current place of residence. So it means that it has been here for a very long time, for close to a decade.
Right.
But you see, the residents here thought that something was going to be done about the situation, considering the fact that the Gas South Municipal Assembly constructed its office right within this area as far back as 2018. So the idea was that, now that we are having the assembly getting closer to us, it means that something urgent was going to be done about the situation. But since then, nothing has been done, and the problem keeps compounding.
Right, right. So talking about compounding, does this compound of refuge actually cause health problems in the area?
Please come again, Chris.
Are there health problems in the area? And if yes, what kind of health problems have you noticed or have they recorded in the area?
Okay, exactly. So we spoke to a former assembly member of the place, and what he told us is that there are cases where they record cholera diseases among residents, and then also a number of malaria cases, because there are mosquitoes that breed in the choked gutters here. And let me also emphasize that this area we're speaking about is one of the major food markets within the municipality. So we have, the market is been divided into 3 parts. So we have that part where staples are sold, and then we have the tilapia market. This tilapia market serves mostly almost all the entire central region, because there's no tilapia market in the central region apart from this one. So apart from serving Gas South in the greater Accra region, it is also serving the central region. Then we have this market here where they sell coconut oil and then akpeteshi. And then the coconut oil, I am told that after they are brought from the western region to this place, it is further transported to Accra for the final sale. So it looks as if this place is just a transit point for the coconut oil. And you can imagine the number of people who are eating from this particular market. And so it is not just about the Galilea community that is at the risk of having diseases, but rather several other municipalities stand to be affected should nothing be done about this current situation we are witnessing here.
Wow.
Wow. You are very brave and to have been in this area to file this report. But in the area, I saw that the drain is choked. Is that the only drain they have there? And they did tell you how often maybe they desilted this drain or also went back on this sanitation drive, especially when the president of the day has indicated that we should embark on this cleanup exercise once a month. That is the first Saturday of every month.
Okay, so let me give a vivid description of the area, then I come to your question. So this happens to be the lowest part of this community. So we have the flyover with drains connecting to the community. Then we have, you can see clearly from my back, the Gas South Municipal Assembly is right here. So there are other drains also coming from that end. But it is when it gets to just a few meters away from where I stand, the drains have not been constructed. So this is just an open gutter. And some residents have been dumping refuse directly into the drains. So when it rains, it washes the refuse to this open gutter, and then it is stuck there. I've just seen the assemblyman, the former assemblyman passing by. So he volunteers, and then once in a while, he would collect some amount of the refuse just to give the stagnated water some sort of passage. Talking about the sanitation exercise, I haven't seen much being done within this particular community so far as the National Sanitation Day exercise is concerned.
So if nothing is done, this will be left like that, and people will be going about their day-to-day activities with filth all over them, and also drains choked. Is that what it is?
Look, so the first container that is closer to the drain is the shop of a seamstress. A few meters closer to it is a local eatery. Someone is preparing banku and then frying fish. There are people seated and they are eating. So you can imagine the kind of situation that is here. And what baffles the mind of people is that the environmental department of the Gas South Municipal Assembly, they have their office right within the premises of the Municipal Assembly. And they've been going there to report that, look, come and do something about this for us. And they get no better response. The former assemblyman was even telling me that recently he suggested to the assembly to bring the drip equipment just so they can even desilt the choke gutter and also to collect some of the refuse from it. And he still not had any response from them. And then talking about the landfill site, which is creating the mega mess. This is not managed properly because it is in the bosom of a private person who is now deceased. And so there are rival groups that are even trying to take custody of the place because when these tricycles come to dump waste there, they pay some amount of money. And ideally, this is a place that should be fumigated frequently. And then because it is a transfer site, the refuse shouldn't be here for a long time. But we have containers belonging to Six Gross Waste Company and then Zoom Lion. They are full to the brim. They are spilling over, and they have not been collected for several months now.
So as we speak now, the containers are still full, and we don't know when next the companies would come there and pick this containers or whatever it is and take to the appropriate place for it to be done. But did you find any attendant at the supposed landfill site? And did he also share with you, say, how much is taken from individuals if they come there to dump their waste?
So there's only one person I met there, and of course, he is just a scavenger. He goes there to scavenge for plastics and then some metal waste. Then he would also sell and then make money. So we have no idea as to how much the tricycles pay to them. But what we do know that the place is not properly managed, and the Gas South Municipal Assembly, from what we have gathered, is aware of the situation. Because I contacted the area manager for Zoom Lion, and then he told me that ideally what should be happening is that this transfer site should be managed by a competent waste management company, say Zoom Lion, so that they bear responsibility for everything that happens there. Talking about the Zoom Lion's containers that are in the area, he told me that it is the assembly that decided to place the containers there, but not a decision that came from Zoom Lion.
All right, but how do the people of that area feel exactly? What are they saying when it comes to the issue of, of this whole sanitation problem right now?
The people are extremely worried, and they are also disappointed in authorities that nothing is being done about the situation, even though it poses some major health risk to the people who live around. See, it's very difficult living in this area. The kind of breeze around this area, the kind of atmosphere here, people have to step on refuse to get access to their homes. This is a fully developed community, and this is within the heart of the community. So you can imagine, there are beautiful houses around. Like I mentioned to you earlier on, there is a very nice estate also around, and then we are having this awful situation here. It isn't something that the residents are so cool with.
I actually wish we spoke to the MCE for the area and Moses Okanse for us to tell us what the plans are.
And you see, Philip, talking about sanitation within the Gas South municipality, it really needs some sense of urgency because we are now discussing the situation within the Galilea community here. But if you use the main road, that is the N1 highway, from the Galilea market through to English Yamanfrom, you see the median of the road has a drain. The drain has been filled with refuse from Galilea market to English Yamanfrom, and nobody is doing anything about it. You will get local residents and then some persons who apply commercial activities around dumping waste directly into it. Sometimes they contain, excuse me, it's too early, but human excreta. And when people are crossing the road, they step in it.
Wow. We have a big issue. Maybe if you are just watching us, this is the situation at Galilea. You would also want to join us with your thoughts, submissions, and comments. Akwesi, don't go, so that we also know the situation about sanitation in your area, because we would have to give this a lot more attention on the show so that people will know what is happening in other people's communities, and also what the government together with the private organizations who are in waste management must do about sanitation in our area. If we don't pay much attention to this, it may get out of hand and it may lead to other issues that we may not be able to control. But Akwesi, with what we are seeing on the screen, which has to do with the refuse there, is it that from all indication it's going to be like that for a very long time, or one will say that there is light at the end of the tunnel, that eventually we will find a solution to this big problem?
That's a very important question. It looks as if sadly, residents may have to endure this particular situation for quite a long time. Because look, when I spoke to the area manager for Zoom Lion, what he told me is that they currently have issues with getting access to a landfill site. So currently, as we speak, the Gas House Municipal Assembly's landfill site is located around in Sanwó-Mimfa, the eastern region.
Wow, that's far.
You can imagine, yes, that's very far. You can imagine the distance. He raised concerns with payment for the services delivered by Zoom Lion by government. There's always delay in payment, but they've got to service their trucks, they've got to buy fuel, they've got to pay personnel. And then also, they are now in competition with these Abuboya or tricycle waste collectors. So instead of maybe residents signing up with Zoom Lion, just so Zoom Lion would collect their waste from their homes at a fee, that is not happening. So it looks as if the informal waste collectors go to collect the waste, and now the former waste management companies like Zoom Lion would not have to be dealing with it from the secondary level. And it's really a matter of concern to them. But so you just saw that there's a broken down track there that has not been serviced yet. We don't know whether the company would be able to service that. There are containers that are rusted and torn apart. We don't know when they would be able to refabricate these containers and then bring them back. So it looks as if the state or government would have to get an elaborate plan to deal with waste management in the country, especially in urban centers.
All right, so talking about Zoom Lion and the amount that they collect from people to take their trash and all that, how much do they charge?
That we have no idea how much Zoom Lion charges.
All right.
Okay.
Yes. Except that they are now in a very high competition, because you know these tricycle guys, the informal guys, they just come to your house. If you give them as low as 50 pesos or even a cedi, they will just collect your waste. But you do not know, or they also do not know where the final destination of the waste they've collected would land or would be.
Akwesi, thank you so much for your time. Akwesi Ado is our Central Regional Correspondent. He brought us that troubling news at Galilee. Mind you, we are bringing you issues on sanitation and watching what we are seeing on screen and hearing what we are hearing. It tells you that we need a bigger plan and approach towards the fight against illegal or haphazard disposal of waste. If we are fighting galamsey, we should look at the ways we can also deal with sanitation, because eventually sanitation or improper waste management can also affect our water bodies if we do not know. We were here when Otibles, who is the committee chair in Parliament on sanitation and water, also made mention of the fact that though we are fighting galamsey, we should look at the issue with sanitation, which is also affecting our water body. Listening to Akwesi and from what he has said, Galilee, if you are in that area, you may not know where a fly will lie and would come and settle on your foot and you would be sick. We've been learning.
And the issue of the oils that we buy.
Exactly. We've been learning this in school for a very long time. Science, Greek, whatever it is, social studies and all that. But this is the reality. We have to move away from this. So we're just pleading with the government. For us here, we keep saying we can talk about it. We can also tell the story and push the agenda and also demand the change that is needed within our community. So that is my way of visiting the communities. So definitely we'll bring you another issue on sanitation maybe next week on the show. But for now, let's bring you entertainment highlights.
Well, hello and welcome to Entertainment Highlights on Breakfast Daily. My name is Ni Komete Kome, and this is proudly powered by GhanaWeekend.com. Now to our first highlight. The forecourt of the Bubong Chief's Palace came alive with vibrant music, dance, and storytelling during this year's Linujil Festival, hosted by Ubowumbe Dawuni. The event celebrated unity and heritage, highlighted by a thrilling homecoming performance from the multiple Grammy-nominated artist Rocky Dawuni, who energized the crowd with his signature blend of culture and rhythm. Also performing was Alid Muhammad of Playing for Change fame. Co-produced by Carrie Sullivan and supported by Ghana Tourism Authority and local partners, the festival showcased the enduring power of Ghanaian tradition and music to unite communities. Now to our next highlight. President John Dramani Mahama has congratulated Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi and the people of Egypt on the grand opening of the Grand Egyptian Museum near the Giza Pyramids, describing it as a historic night in Cairo. Mahama hailed the achievement as a milestone in global cultural preservation. The museum, one of the largest ever built, will showcase thousands of ancient artifacts, including the complete Tutankhamun collection, many displayed together for the first time. Mahama commended Egypt's dedication to protecting its heritage, noting the museum's potential to boost tourism, research, and international cultural exchange. Now to our next highlight. The National Theatre of Ghana has relaunched its music education department with an open day celebration held on November 2, 2025 in Accra. The event united students, educators, and cultural figures in a showcase of dance, drama, and music, emphasizing the value of arts in education. Director of the National Symphony Orchestra, Mr. Atukwesen, reaffirmed the theatre's dedication to nurturing creativity, while acting executive director Mr. Henry Herbert Malm linked the initiative to the government's 24-hour economy policy aimed at boosting opportunities for creative professionals. Sponsored by Twellium Industries Company, the relaunch marks a new era for arts education and Ghana's cultural development. Now to our next highlight. Now, global anticipation is building as the Recording Academy prepares to announce the 2026 Grammy Awards nominations on November 7, 2025. The nominations will stream live on the Academy's YouTube channel and live.grammy.com, spotlighting top artists, producers, and songwriters who have defined the year in music. Fans are eagerly awaiting key categories, including Best African Music Performance, Album of the Year, and Best New Artist. The Academy has launched social media campaigns to boost engagement as excitement mounts for the world's most prestigious celebration of musical excellence. Now to our next highlight. Michael Jackson has once again topped Forbes' list of the highest paid dead celebrities of 2025, earning an estimated $105 million over the past year. His estate, which has generated $3.5 billion since his death in 2009, continues to dominate through major deals such as a $600 million sale of a 50% stake in his catalog to Sony Music. Beyond royalties, Jackson's legacy thrives through ventures like Michael Jackson 1 in Las Vegas, MJ the Musical, and the upcoming biopic Michael, starring Jafar Jackson. With his global influence and financial power, Jackson remains unmatched among late music icons. Now let's get into Channel One TV's Top 10 Countdown.
Number 10.
Anything me go me fight. I share me karma, so me sign or say brother share me side. Anything me jam my cries. Doing this all my life. They treat me castle, no I don't me a power.
Yes, you more be a friend.
Phone it at DND. Yeah, King Guy DND. Phone it at DND. Yeah, King Guy DND.
Number 8.
One side. Shoulder. One side. Shoulder. It's a woman to my number. And I remember we email.
Number 7. Number 6.
No be one paper we they live this life. If you bring bad vibes, I go exit chat to you alive. See what we've done.
Number 5.
But yes, my fault. Plenty things I am go. Now so ya na me go.
Number 4.
Osama, you black the jibba benye. Mabuama, Mausa no one the message. Osama, you black the jibba benye.
Number 1. This is the Channel One Countdown.
And that's all for today's entertainment highlights on Breakfast Daily. Stay tuned for more exclusive stories, interviews, and viral moments from Ghana's vibrant entertainment scene. Visit GhanaWeekend.com and follow Ghana Weekend on Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, YouTube, and Facebook for your daily dose of showbiz buzz, music updates, and the behind-the-scenes action. Don't just read it, live it, share it, and stay plugged in. This was presented by Ni Komite Kome.
And of course, just don't read it. Make sure that you would share the stories as well. As we are about wrapping up on the show, we can't just leave without telling you what is going to happen at AgriFair 2025, the Christmas edition. And you know, of course, if you've been to that of the June one, when we did in the month of June, you saw Legacy Crop Improvement Center. They have been sponsoring this event for a very long time. And we have in studio the Chief Executive Officer for Legacy Crop Improvement Center, and that is Amos Azinu. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm doing good. You're celebrating your 10 years.
Yes.
Tell us about this. So, Legacy Crop Improvement Center, what you are into, and what you are doing to commemorate the 10-year anniversary.
Okay, so let me say good morning to your viewers. At Legacy Crop Improvement Center is a seed business entity. We are basically producing and processing seed for farmers. Actually, that's what they planned for us, you and I, to get food on our tables. And for the last decade, we have actually championed that in terms of the business component of it. Make sure every farmer, irrespective of wherever you are in Ghana and beyond, you have access to high quality seed to plant for us to feed our population. This we do and sell this is in Ghana, Mali, Burkina Faso, Togo, actually in the neighboring West Africa countries and beyond.
You moved out of Ghana?
Yeah, yes. You know, Ghana used to import a lot of seed, and irrespective of the fact that we have arable lands and water availability, the capacity for a lot of local enterprises to venture into that have been very challenging. So the last decade, we focus our attention on building that infrastructure to make sure, because seed is a foundation for agriculture. Without seed, nothing can work. So if you want to make sure we get resilient agriculture system in this country, it means that our seed sector have to be very vibrant. So basically, in the last 10 years, that's what we focus our attention on.
How has it been 10 years? Easy, cool, or difficulties?
Like any other business you find in this economy, it's the same thing. But you need to build that resilience and tenacity to make sure you forge our way so that the vision doesn't die. It wasn't a rosy path. It's undulating, up and down. But the focus, the staff and the management, the ownership kept the focus on. So I think God has been very gracious to us for the last decade.
So what are you doing to commemorate the 10?
So in regard to that, tomorrow we are having a sea business masterclass for a lot of stakeholders who are in the space. It's for free for those who are in the space to attend. Nobody is paying anything. Friday, we will have a visit to one of our research field where we plant some new variety of maize and vegetables that farmers can see that we will introduce in the year 2026, God willing. And Saturday will be the Grand Debut anniversary in our Legacy Square in Otariso. We did the Kuyapim North Municipality to commemorate this 10-year journey that we have come so far.
Wow, 10 years. What does the future hold for Legacy Crop Improvement Center? 10 years from now again, so that will be 20 years.
Yeah, so 10 years ago, when we held our first meeting, I remember very well somewhere in Koforidua, it was just to set the pace and change the narrative of the sea business landscape in Ghana. And I think we promised ourselves that we wanted to build one of the smartest sea business center in this country. I think we have done that. How it came about, I cannot tell, but I think that aim achieved. And this year, too, Legacy have won a sea business award in India. In the like of all the ETG in the world, the India big companies, all of them are awarded in that conference. So that recognition of putting Ghana sea business in the global stage, we hope that the next decade will do bigger things and actually set the proper pace for others to know that, oh, it's doable. We cannot continue doing business as usual. We have to do it locally.
Beautiful. And this month, 28th, 29th, 30th, is the next edition of AgriFair. Are you sponsoring again?
Yeah, so you know our business is agriculture. Yeah. So anything that has to do agriculture, if Legacy is not part of it, it's not complete. So surely we'll be there. We'll be one of the sponsors in it.
So you have to be part of it for it to be complete.
If you are not there, even if you say you don't like us, we'll be there. We'll come there ourselves to make sure the story is complete. Yeah. So we shall be there. We encourage all the patrons. The last one we did in the Jew, I think it was very massive. It was this one. People should just come in a space for the Christmas, and they should not come also with an empty pocket too, because there will be a lot of stuff for people to gather for the Christmas and the New Year.
Wow. So are you saying that they should come there in their numbers, and when they come, they should look for the stance of Legacy Crop Improvement Center?
Yeah, not only legacy, but we also be there. I know other value chain artists in agriculture value chain will also be there. Everything people need for this agri fair, they'll get it.
Beautiful. Yeah. Final words from you before you take leave of us, especially with your 10 years and also what people should look out for and how people can also get in touch with you if they want to do business with Legacy Crop Improvement Center.
Okay, so I think I will take this opportunity to thank my stakeholders, the staff of Legacy and other stakeholders who have empowered this journey for the last 10 years. Without them, I'm not sure we are going to be here. If I have anything to say, that's maybe to the state that we find ourselves. Seed is a basic foundation for agriculture. Without having a vibrancy system, whatever we are doing to empower the agriculture, I'm not sure it's going to work. I will leave you this quote with you, maybe to those who are keeping our gate for agriculture. Means that when you want to control the destiny of the people, you control what they eat. So if we want to unlock the potential of agriculture or the country to develop, let's make sure agriculture is developed very well. Then we'll get the benefit of all that we are fighting for.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for your time. And that is Amos Rutherford Zinu, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Legacy Crop Improvement Center. You have to take your time so that you mention all that for people to really get it and understand. So what we are bringing you today on the show, at least we've poured all out today on the show, and we just keep celebrating with us, CTFM, 21 years, and we'll be bringing you more on the show or in the coming days so that you know how we are celebrating the 21st anniversary. And also, you have been here with us for a very long time, and we are grateful for that. But this is how we wrap up today's edition of Breakfast Daily here on Channel One TV. Nana Tufo Boatin started, and Chris Carter also joined me in studio, and also previously was on the grounds, bringing us up to speed what was happening at the Channel One Gardens. And also, we brought you some sanitation stories. Before we leave, I want to say that the government would have to pay keen attention to sanitation, because if the government fails on that score, certainly the entire country and its citizens are doomed. My name is Philip Nihlata. We'll be crossing over to the Public Accounts Committee in Parliament. We understand the Education Ministry before the Public Accounts Committee. Stay with us and enjoy your day.
Emenka University. Oh,
What?
He was going to ask a question. Have you taken? Okay, please take the oath.
I, Jerry Dan Kwakwacho,
swear by the Almighty God.
Swear by the Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Could you please introduce yourself to the committee?
Thank you very much. I am Frederick Kwakusafo, Vice Chancellor of Akenten Apiamenka University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development. In brief, Amstead.
Chair
My name is Augustus Kwabro, the registrar.
Professor Isaac Boatin, the Pro Vice Chancellor.
Honorable Chair, my name is Isaac Mafodro, Acting Director of Internal Audit.
My name is Professor Dr. Isaac Abunyua, Principal, Santimampo Campus of Amstead.
Chair, I'm Opokwamankwa Eric, Acting Director, Works and Physical Development.
I'm Gertrude Echampon, Head of Legal Services.
Jeff Boachidankwa, Director of Finance.
Please turn the microphone off, please. Yes, Honorable OPK will be handling the financials.
Yes, thank you very much. I must start. Is that a? I can't. Amstead. All right. Okay. So we realized the surplus of you had a surplus of 51,752,852 in 2023. And if you were to compare this to your 2022 surplus, this is about 266%. And clearly this improvement stems from the higher government subvention, student fees, and better cost management. So we need to congratulate you for what you are doing. We also realized that your income increased by 62.7%. And it was driven by government support and a 49% rise in student facility user fees. That the students say that I should tell you is too much, so consider them in that regard. But we need to look at your asset revaluations. Are you able to verify the basis and independent verification of the 802% increase in assets? Was there a professional valuation report, and was this approved by your governing council?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, respectfully, with your permission, I will ask Director of Finance.
Kindly speak into the microphone for me.
With your permission, respectfully, I will ask Director of Finance to respond to this question.
Honorable Chair, Controller and Accountant General have provided guidance to revalue legacy assets, and we strictly followed the Controller and Accountant General's guidelines. And we also use the experts among us. We have quantity surveyors, we have estate officers who assisted us. And after that, our procedures were all authenticated by the external auditors. Thank you.
Thank you. In recognition of your unutilized project funds as revenue, the auditors raises an issue that your non-current liabilities of 2.63 million in 2022 were recognized as a revenue in 2023 after fulfillment of conditions attached to the funds. Are you able to tell this committee the specific projects for which these funds were originally allocated?
Honorable Chair, our key partners have been World University Service of Canada and also German International Corporation. And we also have Transsafe. They normally give us those assistance for capacity building. And they also have their own audit process to verify whatever amount they have given to us.
So after the reclassification, were these funds applied after the recognition? Were they used for the intended projects purposes?
Yes, Honorable Chair. Honorable.
All right. Also, when I look at your receivables and your current assets, your current assets increased by 44% to 105 million,
mainly due to receivables. What's the composition of your receivables?
Receivables. Non-current assets, current assets. Honorable Chair, our key components of receivable are student fees.
Student fees?
Yes.
So, so you don't have any government grants that are due?
Yes, sir. To be honest, there were a lot of subvention outstanding. It was actually about 5 months subvention which were outstanding at that time.
And nobody else who owes the university? All right. Kindly put measures in place to ensure that you recover your overdue.
Honorable Chair, all the amount has now been recovered. The government does not owe the university anymore.
Okay. And you mean government has paid you all your money?
Yes, please.
All right. Your current liabilities increased by 59.3%. And what are the main components of the 15.8 million in payables?
Honorable Chair, the major component of this were teaching claims. The university has a very low level staff, so we use a lot of part-time staff, and also the lecturers receive teaching overload. So before the year end, we needed to accumulate all
your expenditure on compensation and goods and services keeps on increasing significantly. Are you able to tell us what measures you are putting in place to ensure that your expenditure growth is matched by improved academic and operational efficiency?
Honorable Chair, like I said, our student numbers keep on increasing, but our staff levels were rather going down. So we needed to use a lot of part-time lecturers and also teaching overload, and that is what is mainly accounting for the increase in expenditure.
So, Mr. Chair, overall, the rapid growth in financial figures is impressive, and this also calls for some strong oversight over their spendings. But auditors, are you able to confirm the various allocations that government has paid, or their subventions and all of that? I need confirmation of.
Honorable Chair, we'll be able to confirm that in a subsequent audit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That will be all for me.
Thank you very much. Now let's go to your management issues. You signed an agreement with Frankie J. Limited about a building that was going to be built, operate, and transfer, 40-year agreement. And the rent of 3,000, annual rent of 3,000 Ghana cedis to be reviewed every 5 years. But Frankie J. has unilaterally changed the contract. What are you doing about it?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Respectfully, with your permission, I'll ask Director Development and then to...
That's fine.
Director.
Thank you, Chair. A request was made by Frank J. to vary the agreement, but we did not agree to that. So in that regard, we informed management about that, because that place was intended for a commercial facility, and a request was made to convert it into some guest house and hostel. But we have advised that the company sticks to the agreement.
But has the company done that?
Yes, please. Yes, please. So there's no activity going on. What they are doing now is still the shopping mall that we initially agreed with them.
But why did they think that they could vary without the university's approval?
Please, they wrote to us.
They wrote to you?
Yes.
That they wanted to vary it?
They had some financial difficulties in terms of getting people to hire their facilities. And we explained to them that per the agreement, they are supposed to build commercial facilities at that location. Per our land use plan, that area is supposed to be for commercial activity. So we wrote back and advised them to hold on until further discussion with council or approval is given or otherwise before they can go ahead with that. Honorable Chair.
Okay, so are they paying the rent?
Yes, Honorable Chair, they are paying the rent. In all, they are supposed to pay about 157,000. As at now, they have paid about 149,000. So the only outstanding balance now is 8,000.
And how long are they going to operate this building?
Honorable Chair, the agreement started in 2012. But as we are speaking now, the project has still not been completed. It's only a section, small portion, which has been completed. Large section has been completed.
My question is, they were supposed to operate it for 40 years. Now, if it's 2012, how many years gone already? 13. So when they complete it, will they still go for 40 years, or this 13 years is part of the 40 years, part of the agreement?
Honorable Chair, the 13 years spent is part of the 40 years.
All right, auditors, could you confirm if they are enforcing the contract?
Yes, Honorable Chair. So they are enforcing the original agreement. And so far, they have been able to recover 149,000 from the company. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Akentin Apia Minka University, you are discharged. Now let's call University of Professional Studies, Accra. Clerk, let them take their oath, please.
Okay.
I, John Bekumens of Malta,
swear by the Almighty God.
Swear by the Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in this issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Could you please have a seat and introduce yourself to the committee?
Thank you, Chairman, sir. I am John Kwekumes of Malta, the Vice Chancellor of UPSA.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Nicholas Nelson Ejay, Director of Finance.
Chairman, sir, my name is Lorraine Jan, Registrar.
Chairman, my name is Baba Hanan, Auditor, Internal Auditor.
My name is D.O. Daniel, Director of Procurement.
Okay, we start here with the financials. Honorable Frankie Ebo will start with that one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. UPSA. I'm going through your financial performance, and I must say that you're doing very, very well. In 2022, you made a profit or surplus of 72 million. And in 2023, it jumped to 92 million, representing an increase of 28%, which is very, very commendable. Well done. But there are some lines, about 2 lines that we need to check. Let's look at your compensation of employees. In 2022, it was 92 million, but in 2023, it jumped to 121 million. Is it the case that you employed additional staff, or there was an increment in salaries? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. With your permission, I'll ask the Director of Finance to respond to this.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, it was increase in salaries and then payment of adjoint lecturers.
Okay, let's go, the last one here, let's go to goods and services. That increased by 96%. That's from 21 million in 2022 to 41 million in 2023. What accounted for that?
It's also as a result of payments for our teaching and learning. When you look at our teaching and learning, we incur more expenditure on teaching and learning. And also our utilities. We pay so much on utilities, especially electricity. It jumped from around 2 million to 5 million. So this accounts for payments that we incurred on goods and services.
All right. As I said, your financial performance doesn't look bad. So let's move to your financial position. There too, you are not doing bad, even though your current ratio reduced, but it's so perfect. You're so even more than the standard. The standard 2 to 1. So it's okay. The chairman, I think that they are not joking. They are doing well. I don't have much to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I want to find out about the bank charges. It went from 34,000 to 68,000. What was that for?
The bank charges are charges on our accounts. It's charges on our various accounts.
Okay, let's go to the next one. Honorable Nase, it's on paragraph 160, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Prof.
Yes, sir.
Prof, welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
I must commend you for your sterling leadership at UPSA.
Thank you, sir.
You are doing very, very well.
Thank you, sir.
Prof, I have some few management issues about failure to serve bond terms after steady leave with pay. So I have Miss Patience Akosuya Jibodi Kosoku and Mrs. Eugenia Nanaya Douna Brempoma, who refused to come back to serve after you sponsoring them to further their education. And I think since they are in the academia, I think it's easier to find them. So I want to know how far you have gone with the recovery, Prof.
Thank you, sir. Chairman, sir. Yes, indeed, these were some of the issues we are really dealing with, especially with people we want to develop for faculty. However, some refuse to respect the bond. So currently we have 3 of such people in our report. Ms. Patience Kosoku. Currently we have handed her over to UOCO, and we have recovered 35,000 out of the 72,000 cedis outstanding bill. Currently, what we are expecting from her is 37,000. With respect to Mrs. Eugenia Nanaya Dowona, we've also done same and used her provident fund to defray part of what her outstanding. So currently she's still owing us. In fact, unfortunately, she wrote back that she wants to come back. However, since the issue is with UOCO, we are yet to get the advice as to whether we should go ahead. And then, but we really want to recover the money through UOCO. Chairman, sir, we also have Mr. Albert Oscar Quayson. Okay, so his own has been settled, so we don't have any outstanding bill now. Yeah, thank you.
Auditors, can you please confirm the recovery of the said amounts?
Honorable Chair, with this infraction, we have two names here. Patience Akosia Jibodi. As of now, we cannot confirm any additional payment that has been made. But with Eugenia Nanaya Dowona, we can confirm an amount of 76,843.70 that has been recovered, leaving a balance of 440,387.42. Thank you.
Auditor, please, can you go over again, please?
So with the first person, the amount to be refunded or to be recovered is 70,705. We do not have any evidence of any recovery in terms of that person. But the second person, Eugenia, we have 76,843.70 to have been recovered, leaving a balance of 440,387.42.
Thank you very much, Auditor. Prof, I think you have to tender in the evidence of payment of Kosoku to the,
Thank you, sir.
To the auditor.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
But evidence has to do with this provident fund. So we've all agreed that we use this provident fund to defray part of the amount. I think we need to finish the auditors with that.
No, I mean the first person.
That Kosoku.
Kosoku.
Yeah, Kosoku, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Prof.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, sir. I wish there would be a course that we could teach the universities on how to retrieve steady leave money, because that's the problem for all the universities. Anyway, the next infraction is on paragraph 167. Honorable Shirley Che will take that one.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This infraction is to do with unearned salary to the tune of 6,656 Ghana cedis. The auditors noted that one Albert Oscar Quayson, a former employee of the university, who vacated post on February 2023, was wrongfully paid an amount of 6,656.32 Ghana cedis. Management, your response to the auditors was that you intended to use his provident fund to pay this amount. Can you please tell the committee if you've done as you wrote to the auditors?
Thank you, Chairman, sir. This has duly been done. The amount has been settled through the usage of his provident fund.
Auditors, can you please confirm?
Honorable Chair, the provident fund was used to recover the amount, but I have to indicate that with this one and then the earlier one that we mentioned, yes, the amounts have been recovered from the provident fund, but the recommendation was that they should pay it into the Aegis recoveries account. UPS is subvented. Their salaries are paid from the consolidated account. And so those monies must be retrieved from the provident fund and paid into the Aegis recoveries account. And that is yet to be done. Thank you.
Prof, you understand that, right?
Chairman, sir, management has directed the Director of Finance to do that.
Yes, sir.
Director.
Director, you're under the bus now. Why haven't you done it?
Chairman, we were having some challenges with payment of our adjunct lectures. So we use the money to pay our adjunct lectures.
Director.
We will try and pay to the
Director. Director, this is not about trying to pay for it. We are giving you 30 days. Pay that amount of money into the consolidated account that they told you about. Director.
Well noted, Chairman.
The whole country is looking at you.
Director, if you make a surplus of 92 million Ghana cedis and you are supposed to pay 6,600, and then you sit here and say that, you were to pay your adjunct lecturers with the 6,600. Meanwhile, you have a surplus of 92 million.
Madam Chair, we will pay. We will pay into the consolidated fund.
All right, the next infraction is on paragraph 172, and Honorable Kinney will take care of that one.
Thank you, Chair. This infraction has to do with failure to use Ghana Electronic Procurement System, GANEPS, in procurement activities. The Auditor General noted that all procurement activities for goods, works, and services undertaken by an university were not processed through the Ghana Electronic Procurement System, and directed that management should take necessary steps to implement GANEPS. Has that been done?
Chairman, sir, it's been done since October 2024 till date.
Auditor General, can you confirm that?
Yes, Honorable Chair, the now is GANEPS.
Thanks.
Prof, you are discharged. Now let's call CK University of Technology and Applied at CK Tedham. All right. Please, have you taken the oath?
Not yet, sir.
Okay, they will administer the oath.
Thank you, Chair.
Bible.
Thank you. Yes. So we can stand, right? We need to stand for us.
I, Albert Lubitera, swear by the Almighty God.
Swear by the Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God. Could you please introduce yourself to the committee?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Professor Albert Lugutera. I'm the Vice Chancellor of the C.K. Tedham University of Technology and Applied Sciences.
I'm Dr. Stephen Dele Dompala, Acting Director of Internal Audit.
Yeah. I'm Ruth Kunowe Ali, Acting Director of Finance.
I am Gilbert Ansolana, Registrar.
Thank you very much. We are going to review your financials, and Honorable Kwesi Kwenedu will do that.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, on the financials, it seems a bit worrying, Prof. Comparing the year 2023 to 2022. And I'd like us to dwell on two issues. First and foremost, you are government subvented. So, but on the expenditure side, you also see employee compensation, which has increased significantly from 44 million to 56 million. What is the component and which categories of staffs are under these employee compensation aside the government subvention that we see in the account?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The C.K. Tedham University, as you know, is one of the young universities. And since 2020, we have not received significant financial clearance to be able to recruit. So we do a lot of the recruitment through part-timers and also through casual staff to help us run the system. So that we pay from our internally generated funds, and that's probably the high cost. Thank you.
Okay, and also when you look at your other operational cost, that also increased significantly, Prof, about 83% as compared to the previous year. What is the component of the operating cost? If you are paying your recruitment through employee compensation, what other operational costs do you incur that has significantly increased this manner?
Prof. Chair, with your permission, kind permission, I may have to rely on my Director of Finance, Acting Director of Finance to help. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In 2023, we introduced a number of new programs that required purchases of a lot of laboratory equipment and skills practicals. So that actually accounted for most of the operational costs. And also with the utility, especially electricity, and we also engage Garnet to provide us with internet service. So it's caused the operational cost to go high. Thank you very much.
Well, Madam, do you charge academic facility user fee and residential facility user fee?
Yes, we do.
Then probably that will be juxtaposed against your utilities, or once you are taking residential facility user fees. Because if you explain to me that because you purchase those items, if you look into the statement of financial position also, your current liabilities are increasing. They are increasing, and your current assets are reducing. So you cannot juxtapose that to me you are paying off, because if your liabilities are increasing and your assets are diminishing, it means your gearing ratio is also deteriorating, and you can see that from the statement. So juxtaposing that becomes a bit of a challenge, because if you take that ought to go into paying of these utilities and also purchasing of these equipments for them all.
Yes, that's right. Thank you very much. Even though we do the payments, we still owe because the overhead cost seems to be so high. So we do payments and we still have a lot of liabilities owing. As we speak, the internet, we've expanded the internet and we have about almost close to 800,000 still owing because of the increments in the utility bills. Thank you.
When was the internet expanded? Because we are looking at 2023 financial statement.
Prof. Chair, if I may come in as part of the high cost of the operational charges is because as a young university, our student numbers are really not high. Last year, our student population was about 4,000. And you know, we are typically a science-based university. We do not run social sciences or business. And so the numbers are few. And then the cost of running science programs are high. If you look at the equipment, you look at the reagents and the things that we need to do. Also, we are in a community where charging realistic fees is a challenge. We have one of the lowest school fees in Ghana, and yet the students are complaining. We have a situation where, for hostels, for example, our hostel fee as at 2023, I think was about 700 and something Ghana cedis a year, and the students are complaining. So obviously, they're trying to balance. Sometimes we have to cut some costs from other places to be able to make sure that the school runs. Our internet used to be about 25,000 Ghana cedis a month for Garnet. If you multiply that by the year, that's quite a bit. And then also our, apart from our internet, you talk about our utilities. Our electricity was about, I think this year we paid about 250,000 Ghana cedis for a quarter. So sometimes we have to try to balance the realities with what we have. So sometimes that's why the costs go high. Thank you.
Okay, admittedly, Prof, these explanations admittedly, but what plans do you have to stop this hemorrhage? Because if these are the realities, and we will keep moving from surpluses of about 1.6 million to a negative of about 500,000, and if it is to continue, it probably means that in the next account, we'll probably be having a greater deficit. So what strategy do you think you'll probably be able to employ so that you can stop this hemorrhage in terms of expenditure, and if not at all, not make profit, but break even?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Since last year, what we have tried to do is to engage the students so that they can appreciate the challenge we are, so that anytime we need to increase fees, it is not too much of a problem. So from the 750 Ghana cedis, I think currently we are looking at about, is it 1,800 Ghana cedis, so that it can take care of particularly the utility charges, etc. We have also tried to get the student support to be able to get, I think that if we get some of the basics, the fundamentals, running the program will not be too much, but the capital cost is one of our biggest challenge and which we are trying to address. Yes, thank you.
Okay, Prof, then I would urge you on to continue with that so that at least in the next accounting cycle, we'll probably be seeing a reduction in the deficit and also be able to sustain the school. Because it's important we have some of these technological institutions in the country for the development of this country. So, Madam Chair.
Honorable Chair, I agree with you. Thank you very much, and we'll continue to work on it.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
On that, I would rest on the financials. So, Ahingwa.
Thank you, Chair. This infraction has to do with failure to obtain VAT invoices for contract payment to a tune of 17,716 Ghana cedis. The auditors noted that management paid a total amount of 98,611 to Mrs. Ganseb Enterprise for fabrication and fixing of metal doors and burglar proof at Medical School Block, but failed to obtain a VAT invoice. So this resulted in the amount of loss I quoted earlier. So auditors recommended to management to recover the VAT amount of the 17,716 Ghana cedis from the contractor and pay same to the Ghana Revenue Authority. Management response. Management responded that the VAT is not charged on works. But the auditor still stands that the agreement with reference number CKT-UTAS stroke VC stroke ETC stroke UC 0.8 volume 1.5 stroke 137 and dated 27th March 2023 provided for the contract price inclusive of VAT. The contract price inclusive of VAT was fully paid to the contractor, who is therefore enjoined to issue a VAT invoice and remit the VAT component to GRA. So now there are two conflicting stands. Management is saying that VAT is not supposed to be paid on the works done. And then the auditors are also saying that the VAT was inclusive. So once it was inclusive, the contractor has to remit that amount. What is your take?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think that my review of this is that this is a goods and service contract, which normally do not attract VAT. Pardon? Sorry, it's work, sorry. It's work, which normally do not attract VAT. Unfortunately, the letter we wrote, which the auditors are holding on to, specified that it was VAT inclusive. And I think that's where the challenge is coming from. But I think from the records we have, the contractor did not include VAT in the bill he submitted for us to pay. And that's why it's been difficult to charge him the VAT for it. Thank you.
So what has happened? Have you complied by the directive of the auditors?
Not yet. We have tried to explain to them our position that the bill that we paid did not include VAT. And therefore, it's been difficult to get VAT from somebody. We didn't pay him the VAT.
The auditors, this is what he's saying, that the letter you quoted has no component of the VAT that you are claiming was inclusive. Do you have the letter here?
No.
The agreement letter, do you have it here?
The letter.
No,
Honorable Chair.
We need to get the letter.
Honorable Chair, if I may. I have admitted that the letter we wrote to the contractor included VAT. However, the payment we paid to the contractor was VAT exclusive.
So somebody has to pay the VAT?
Because it was works, it wasn't, they were not supposed to charge the VAT, but somehow the
Who
letter
said they were not supposed to charge a VAT? That's illegal. Who says they are not supposed to pay VAT? The contractor or you?
That's what we learned, so sorry.
Oh, Prof, please. Prof, if you don't know something, you find out. And we don't assume over here. I mean, if I'm in your class, even when you tell me something, I'll verify on the network. So please, Prof. And if you are trying to find out about that, find out from the right people. You call GRA, and then they'll walk you through the process. 17,716. So who's going to pay? You should have collected from the contractor, and also. Okay, Alaji Bawa will say something.
Mr. Chairman, since the Vice Chancellor is saying that the amount they paid to the contractor excluded the VAT, meanwhile the contract indicated that it was VAT inclusive, then the university should go and pay the VAT to the VAT service or the GRA. I think that's the position of the law. If you didn't pay, if you didn't include it to the contractor, then you have to go and pay. So because that was per agreement.
This whole thing is something. So how much was paid? How much did the institution pay to the contractor? Because the agreement letter has it as a component. So it's a bulk. So now your response, you are saying you paid the contractor without that component. So where is it and how much did you pay to the contractor?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I may have to ask my Acting Director of Finance to give the details of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The contractor gave us a price quotation of 38,601, 611 Ghana cedis, 20 pesos. VAT nil, and we paid him the total of 98,611 Ghana cedis, 20 pesos, because he didn't charge VAT in the invoice. Thank you.
Chairman, per the law, I'm going.
Madam, Finance, if I may find out, what was the entire contract amount that you paid minus the VAT?
The entire contract amount, the contract is a works contract. I called the procurement officer to understand how this happened, and he said it was a works contract, which they do not charge VAT. So when they invited the price quotation, the contractor gave a total contract sum of 98,611 20 pesos, excluding VAT, because the procurement said the contractor was aware that with works services, they do not charge VAT, so he didn't include VAT. But in issuing the contract letter, according to the procurement, I think that is where the error might have occurred, because they issued the contract letter stating that they are awarding him including VAT.
Madam, I'm sorry to barge in. The school pay their VAT, and then we move on. Next infraction is on
Thank you,
paragraph 139, and Alaji Ba will take care of that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The third infraction relates to overpayment to a supplier. And the narration is that you entered into a contract worth 61,803 cedis, 30 pesos in October 2022 with Arena G Services to supply 1,300 yards of branded grassack cloth at a unit cost of 39 cedis per yard. Meanwhile, the actual price for the cloth for normal supply was 27 cedis per yard. So, but if you are going to buy it for fast track, so that the cloth will supply within 1 to 2 months, then you have to pay 39 Ghana cedis per yard. Meanwhile, you pay the contractor, but the cloth was not supplied fast track as you entered into the contract. So it took about 3 months before the cloth was supplied. So it took, that was the normal time, as we should have, normal time. So the auditors are saying that since the cloth was not supplied fast-tracked, but rather it was supplied at the rate at which you have bought it at normal price, you should pay the difference of on that, which amounts to 18,548 Ghana cedis. So that was the recommendation of the auditors. So let me find out, have you paid this money?
Honorable Chair, with your kind permission, I would like my Director of Finance to answer this one. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I inquired how this happened, and I was told that it was at the time GRASAC went into the contract. When the goods were supplied, the old executive by then had left office, and they needed to pay. But because they left office, the new executive, they hadn't done their change of signatories. So management needed to pay on their behalf, write the check on their behalf. Thank you very much.
Madam, the contract price at the time of purchase, they wanted to buy it express. That was why they paid 39 cedis. Meanwhile, the thing did not come express. So you should pay the normal price. Why did they go on to pay for express when the thing was supplied at the normal time?
Honorable Chair, I think it's an error that we need to get the money back from the contractor. I must add that the acting director of finance just took over office, so she's not privy to the details of what happened at that time. So also is myself. I was not in charge at that time, so we will take time to recover the cost. Thank you.
So when are you recovering this money from the contractor? Give us time.
Honorable Chair, as soon as I leave this place, I will look at it and write to recover the money from the contractor as soon as possible. Immediately, in fact. I will do that right now.
The Chairman, the Vice Chancellor said you will recover the money. So maybe if you can give him some time to recover the money. He said immediately, yes. Is the contractor still working with you?
Honorable Chair, with your kind permission, I'm trying to verify the name of the contractor, but I doubt if he continues to work with us. Yes.
Vice Chancellor, you have another issue with the Ramo Cave, and they came with invalid GRA tax and SNATE clearance certificates. Why would you allow that?
Honorable Chair, again, like I said, this was not, at this moment, I was not in charge as the Vice Chancellor, but I immediately took responsibility when this was brought to my attention during the exit conference of the external auditors. We immediately wrote to the company to tell him that this is what had been detected. And we were holding the company responsible for that. The company replied saying that they were also shocked that this happened. But nonetheless, we took steps to write for the company to be blacklisted so that we do not do any work with the company as well. And then we have referred it to our legal officer so that they will take the necessary steps to deal with it. So that's what we have done even before this one.
That's what you have done?
Yes, Honorable.
Okay. Yes, you realize that you have serious issues with your procurement?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
And they use some of these papers, Odeneho and Empire. Okay, I think we also need to refer that to GRA. to get involved and then go after this company. And the recommendation was for you to officially write to Rammo Cave Limited to blacklist them for from taking part in any future procurement process at the university. Have you done that?
Yes, Honorable Chair, we have done that.
All right. We have to send that one to GRA. Okay. So that will be done. You are discharged.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Now, can we call Winneba, University of Education, Winneba?
I swear by the Almighty God.
Swear by the Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God. Would you please introduce yourself to the committee?
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members. I'm Stephen Jobson Mitchell, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Education, Winneba.
I'm Prince Eric Amasu, Deputy Finance Officer.
Please, my name is Sekou Abedibua for Registrar.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. I'm Senyo Akoli, Finance Officer.
Good morning. I'm Charles Edem Bejira, Deputy Finance Officer.
Could you turn your microphone off, please? We'll start with the financials, and Honorable Akwesi Kunedu will handle that for us.
Prof, welcome, sir. Prof, if you look at your financial statement and financial position, the financials for now, and there are two quick things that I probably would want us to talk about. First and foremost, your expenditure under the non-teaching goods and services is increasing. What is the component of your non-teaching? Because here you have separated them clearly. You have the non-teaching and the teaching. So the teaching, it increased by that one because of the lectures and the rest. We probably would understand that. But for the non-teaching, what are the components? Because from 20 to 37 million is almost about a 17 million, 87% jump. What constitutes that, Prof?
Honorable Chair, with your permission, I would like my finance officer to address this question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. That increase was driven largely by four main items. The major driver was staff training and development, which increased by about 7 million within the period under consideration. Then we also have repairs and maintenance, which saw about 1 million increase. Then we also have utilities, that also increased by about 1.2 million. And final one was vehicle running expenses, which was also increased by about 1 million. So largely, those were the four major things that drove that increase. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director. But, Director, the first item you spoke about was staff training and development. Wouldn't that sit perfectly well with your goods and services for teaching, rather than sitting with the non-teaching? Because for staff training, that will fit directly into teaching. Because if you have it under non-teaching, I think a bit curious.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yes, if the training and the staff development related to teaching staff, then, Honorable Chair, that would have been the position. But this one was on local conferences and seminars for the non-teaching staff. Thank you.
Okay, Prof. And the second one and the last one I would want us to look at is still this is perceiving greater worry for me because it keeps increasing. Your current assets are reducing, but your current liabilities are also reducing. Although I can see a movement upwards in your non-current asset, but the percentage as compared to that of your liabilities and commensurate, 23 against 58. And if also your assets, current assets are reducing, that is one, because it means you're accumulating more debt, which is affecting your gearing, your current ratio. You look at it from 12 to 7.4%. So what are you doing to reduce these liabilities and build up more buffer to be able to meet your short-term obligations?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yes, the major thing that shot up the payables or the current liabilities was payroll payables. At that time, by 31st December 2021, we were in arrears for almost 6 months. But, Mr. Chairman, that has been reversed. As we speak today, we owe only the October payroll that we have to pay. Thank you very much. And on the receivables, so we've done.
Paragraph 225, the auditors noted a total payment of 5.8 million over. You indicated that the university, after the issue was brought to your attention, established a committee to investigate and further discovered that over 28 million was spent outside the budget on allowances to management members. Some people have been sanctioned. Can you brief the committee on the actions that you have taken, those who have been dismissed, and what you have done so far to recover the entire amount as indicated by the auditors?
Honorable Chair, the management and the council set up this disciplinary board to investigate it, and subsequently, disciplinary measures were meted out, to them. Council also directed that those who were involved should refund the money. Management did that, reminded us several times. They were not responding to it. So the matter was referred to Yoko to support us to recover those amounts. And we have documents to that effect.
Mr. Chair, if you can kindly provide us with the specific, how much have you retrieved so far? Because auditors noted 5.8 million. Your committee further discovered 28 million. So how much have you been able to retrieve as of today?
Unfortunately, Honorable Chair, we've not been able to retrieve, even a penny.
Mr. Chair, the auditors recommended your committee found people culpable. You dismissed
some of them, wrote to their professional bodies but did not
both to punish them and retrieve the money.
But Prof, you haven't retrieved anything.
Yes.
Why?
It is like you write to or you approach a debtor to pay you what owns you. And
So you just pay whatever. And your commission found out that you paid 28 million. Illegally.
Meetings, what actually constituted the payment of the honorarium to the tune of 28 million?
I would like my effort to throw more light on that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
What Yoko? Has Yoko already gotten involved?
Yes.
How long ago?
Oh, but almost a year.
Almost a year. Evidence that Yoko is involved. Did they give you any?
Please, we do have evidence to that.
Where is the evidence?
We have the letters.
Yoko gave you that.
That's letters that we go to Yoko. I have also been on WhatsApp communication with the officer who was assigned to it, and as and when they need us to provide further information, they invite us to do that.
Sir, when Yoko gets involved, they will give you a letter that we are involved with this or we've taken these documents.
They have been writing to us.
Eh?
They have been writing to us, especially when they need an officer to go and support them with, their investigations.
Okay, then we'll allow Yoko to handle that and give the information to the auditors.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I've already referred to. Oh, AG will be better on that one. So Yoko can get involved. Attorney General will take over. Okay. Yes. Somebody has to pay 28 million. Hey, we need watch here between at all. The next one is Honorable Shirley Che, 232.
Honorable Chair, these are issues that happened, in the past. And I must let you understand it. These are not current issues. The issues that happened, in the past.
Sir, in that case, those who were there when it happened,
yes.
Attorney General will get them all.
Yes, I just want to provide further explanation.
Oh, no problem. That it wasn't your time.
We are on the television and,
It wasn't your time.
So somebody may get it wrong.
Prof, respectfully, we mentioned that this report was for 31st December 2024.
Thank you very much.
And you also mentioned that you just assumed position. So clearly, everybody knows that this was not when you were there.
Prof, it happened in 2022. So it's not you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This is to do with the use of honor certificates totaling 400,000. The management paid an amount of 400,000, which they described as Vice Chancellor's additional protocol expenses to a number of stakeholders of the university on 17th January 2020. The amount we are not able to ascertain if the amount was spent in the interest of the university, so those culpable were asked to pay. Yet again, your management response was that you've referred the matter to the governing council and you were seeking for a refund from those that were indicted. I would like to know, have you been able to retrieve the amount?
No, Honorable Chair. I think it's all part of those honorarium, issues. But in this particular case, 400,000 was retired using honorary certificates. And that's the crack of the matter. I mean, if you buy an item 400,000 and you cannot support it with proper documentation, then there's a problem, somewhere. If you buy tomatoes at the market, you can, to some extent, maybe one or two, you can support it with honor certificate. But buying items worth 400,000 is problematic, and supporting it with honor certificate is problematic. And you've not been able to retrieve it. And so it has also been referred to Yoko. They are dealing with it.
I would like to know, is there a reason why you are unable to retrieve? Is it the case that those that were given the monies are no longer with the institution? Or, I don't know, what other reason? What's the reason for you not being able to?
They are no longer with the institution.
All those found culpable are no longer with the institution?
Some were sacked. Some were sacked.
And the others?
In fact, the appointment were terminated. Some were, about 2 were interdicted. And so that was internal punishment. And that does not free them from the criminal aspect of the issue. And so they are supposed to refund the money. We've written to them, reminded them, but they are not responding. And so we referred it to Yoko.
Okay, Prof, you've assumed office and you've seen the kind of infractions that have gone on with your predecessor. We hope that we will not have you seated here next time answering questions. So please put in measures that will curtail all these. Thank you very much.
So this one is, you gave that one to Yoko, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then we'll also add it to the AG's, Attorney General's office. We'll recommend that they look into this one too and then prosecute whoever is responsible. The next infraction is on paragraph 237 on honorable pay too.
Chair, thank you. This infraction is about unaccounted facility user fee, totaling 154,184 Ghana cedis were collected, and then that said amount has been misappropriated by one Mr. Frank Apo. The auditors suggested that, the recommendations suggested that you make every meaningful effort to, recover the amounts from him. As at February, Apo and Pius, there are two people, yes. As at February 2024, the auditors were saying that 130,883.17 has so far been recovered, and then the matter is with Yoko. So I want to know, what about the rest? Have you been able to recover, or still you've not done it?
Honorable Chair, please, as at April 2024, we had collected so far 139,091 cedis, and the gentleman was sacked. We are left with 15,092 cedis, yet to be paid, and we are pursuing him to pay it.
Okay, thank you. 139,000 totally collected as
at April 2024.
Okay, balance about 15,000 plus, roughly. Now, you just say that the gentleman has been sacked. So, how do you correlate with him to pay the balance?
Yoko is helping us to do that.
All right. So we'll add that one too. You said Yoko has that one, 15,000, and they are paying, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. So, University of Education, Winneba, you are discharged.
Thank you very much.
This time we call University of Media, Arts and Communications, Film and Television Institute. Please, clerk, administer the oath.
I, Francis Obin, swear by the Almighty God.
Swear by the Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Please introduce yourself to the committee.
Honorable Chair, my name is Professor Samuel Manasseh Irinchi, Director of the Institute of Film and Television of UNIMAC, University of Media, Arts and Communication. Thank you.
My name is Oba Penin Edu Oforiwa, the acting registrar of Unimark.
Francis Obin, the Director of Finance.
Emmanuel Brown, the Finance Officer, Institute of Film and Television, Unimark.
Okay, Honorable Abner Sari, Osea Sari will take care of that.
Yeah, thank you. What we have before us is just your financial performance and your financial position. You don't have any management issues. So I hope you keep it up, and then moving forward, when they come to audit you, it will just be your financial performance and position and not management issues. But I have a few quick questions that I want to ask you. I realized your fixed assets went down by almost 700,000. Did you sell some assets in your university?
Yes, Honorable Chair, the difference came because of two areas. The first one is the normal depreciation, which we don't expect the difference to be so big. But the key significant difference that is coming on board is the fact that we had a number of studio equipment that had become obsolete. So management agreed with the auditors and they were impaired, and that explains why there is a huge reduction. So as management is through the budget window and also through Ministry of Education to make sure that we equip our labs so that our students can have the right laboratory equipment to operate with. Thank you.
Yes, but well, I saw a fall in your assets, or you disposed some of your assets, and also you wrote off some through depreciation, and your revenue went up. So you had, you moved your revenue from a total of 9.5 million in 2021 to 14.4 million in 2022. I hope in subsequent years you invested some of your revenue in some fixed assets, as we will see in the 2023 or 2024 reports. And I must also commend you that in 2021 you had a deficit position of 336,000 Ghana cedis, and then you reduced that and made some surplus of 129,000 Ghana cedis. I hope that trend is continuing. Are we going to see something different in your 2023-2024 reports?
Yeah, Chair, we expect that it should continue. But unfortunately for us, for 2023, the bottom line in this case, the result, surplus though, but not significant, in the sense that if you come to IFT in particular, our major challenge, one, we don't have many students. The students are just about 600. But they are renting an office accommodation. So you go to IFT, you see the structure there. There's one particular structure that belongs to a private person. And we are paying rent. Recently on the Vice Chancellor's table, there is a monthly demand rent to the tune of $10,000 a month, which of course can wipe any income that will be generated by the university. And because of that, through GTech, we are working with Ministry of Education, and we believe that government will come and support us. Thank you. All right.
So you don't have buildings of your own?
They have, but there is one particular. Yeah. If you go to IFT cantonment where they are, general administration, the whole general administration belonged to somebody. I think the person had a certain relationship with the university and said that you could be using it as a certain rate, which was affordable at that time. But the person is passed on and gone. Family members will no longer want to keep that relationship. And that's how come they are demanding market-driven rent, which is becoming difficult for the university to pay. So that is the problem that we may face in 2023 going forward. But because we've been put together, now it's IL, languages, journalism, and IFT. The global position that we will present subsequently will be able to consume the losses that will come up from IFT. So we don't expect the position to be the same. All right.
We should support you make a case to the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Finance to help you cure this rent issue. Otherwise, it will eat up all the monies that you raise. But I can see that the university is making do with what they have, and they are coming out with positive, with a surplus. So gladly, I think the Ministry of Finance will be willing to support you in this regard. But whatever it is, try as much as possible to contain any loss that would come as a result of this. And like I have seen here, that you are able to pay your short-term liabilities by almost twice what you have. I want you to maintain or make it better.
Thank you,
and I wish you well.
Thank you so much. We are grateful for the admonishment and the advice, the support as well. Thank you.
You are discharged.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
And so on this note, we'd like to bring today's hearing to an end. And we're looking at tomorrow, the 6th of November 2025. We'll be looking at the technical universities: Accra Technical University, Tamale Technical University, Bolgatanga Technical University, Dr. Hila Liman Technical University, Ho Technical University, Takrady Technical University, University of Energy and Natural Resources, University of Health and Allied Sciences, Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, GIMPA, Kumasi Technical University, Sunyani Technical University, Cape Coast Technical University, and Koforidua Technical University. So I'd like to thank everyone who attended upon us. We thank our stakeholders, the audit service, our media, and as well as our hard-working members who make sure we sit here and deliver on our mandate. Thank you very much.
Grateful for your time. That was the Public Accounts Committee sitting for November 5, 2025. Appearing before the committee today was the Education Ministry, represented, of course, by the various public universities. A number of infractions regarding some of these universities. Others also had a clean bill of health, clean sheet, and so they were discharged immediately after pleasantries were exchanged. Sami Yafe is here. Sami, another Public Accounts Committee sitting, looking into infractions as captured in the Auditor General's report. Some of the infractions today were actually specifically in the December 31, 2024 report of the Auditor General.
Not major ones, you know, just a few undeserving individuals who've been overpaid, or certain individuals who went on leave but yet were paid by their various institutions. And as you heard, the chairman of the committee said, some of these things will be referred to the Attorney General's office for proper advice and possible surcharge and retrieval of some of these charges. So not major ones. If you look at the University of Education, Winneba, for instance, some payment of, I think, 15,000 cedis to a lecturer who went on leave, steady leave, but yet was paid every month in respect of that. So just been asked to bring back or retrieve the amount of money or seek the advice of the Attorney General on this matter. So not major infractions compared to what we saw previously from the various departments and ministries and agencies. These are just public educational institutions, the public universities, and you expect some of these things to happen, even though they are governing boards and guidelines. You still expect some few infractions in there. But then today's one wasn't that major. It wasn't major as we've seen and recorded over the year, over the months.
But there was a lot more of reference to the Attorney General's department. And even in the case of the University of Education, whenever, if you like, seeking assistance from IOCO to retrieve some funds in there. The committee has also ordered the University of Ghana to retrieve funds paid a lecturer who had gone on study leave. And so a number of that came out today during the sit-in. But it's interesting to hear how the universities, if like, have kept good books over the period.
Majority of them,
have kept good
their accounting was on point. They've kept their books clean, done according to what they are supposed to do. And so just only the minor infractions, as I said. But generally, their books have been generally good. Accounting process has been on. Their expenditure and everything is according to the budgets that they were given.
Very well, Sammy, thank you so much for your time. This has been our live coverage of the Public Accounts Committee sittings for today. Stay with us. We'll be bringing you updates in our subsequent news programming. Join us on social media, where we'll be distributing various news cards capturing some of the headlines and quotes from the Public Accounts Committee sitting. I am Nanatufu Boateng. Many thanks for your time. Keep watching Channel One TV. Grateful that you chose us. Thank you for keeping faith with us. This is Channel One Television, and we're watching Breakfast Daily. It's time for the news review segment. We're going into a conversation on some of the topical issues. Of course, the big one will have to do with illegal mining and the unfortunate incident that happened at Fidium over the weekend. The MP for Asutifi North yesterday was arraigned. He was granted bail to the tune of 150,000 Ghana cedis, and he's been barred from leaving Accra. So he's supposed to stay within Accra until the court clears him to leave Accra. I have two gentlemen in studio. Elvis Darkon, the editor of the News Center newspaper and newscenter.com, is here. And the Honorable Dixon Adomako Kisi, former Member of Parliament for Anya Soto, is also here. Gentlemen, good morning and welcome.
Good morning.
It's good to have you. It's good to have you. So we're starting off with the issue of illegal mining. What we saw over the weekend, a mob attacking a NIMOS operations team, mob allegedly organized by Asutifi North Member of Parliament. Yesterday, he attended upon the invitation of the CID. He was arraigned and he's been granted bail, 150,000, and he's been barred from Accra. Honorable, let me pick your thoughts on this matter since you've been in the chamber. Ordinarily, when issues like this come up, the narrative that is thrown at us is parliamentary immunity. MPs are immune of what. So if you can give us some education regarding that.
Okay. First of all, I think it's a good time to be NDC.
Is it?
In the sense that your bill amount is quite lower compared to the opposition. Most of the MPP, since they've been given bail of 10 million or more.
But the crimes are different.
Well, if you would allow me to proceed. Hearing 150,000 yesterday was a shocker. Though that looks like an appropriate amount, but based on the trend, I mean, all the people who have been questioned under this administration for allegations. Their bill hasn't been easy. Some have had to dissipate everything to meet their conditions. So first of all, I think for me that is troubling, and I'm hoping to hear from the courts because this is very unfair by way of standards. I'm not even going into the matter of what has happened, but I am deeply scandalized by the fact that for equally grievous sins, let me put it that way, because I'll come into it, the bill terms, and in fact, what strikes me as shocking also is the fact that within 8 hours, the bill and the agreement and everything was done, to the extent that this person was not, as it is, kept in house anywhere overnight. So it's magical. It's a good time to be an NDC member, and the state has made it clear to all of us that, you know, for different people, it'll be different strokes.
Very well. Elvis, let me pick your thoughts on this. If politicians are seen to be meddling in the affairs of an anti-illegal mining operation, what picture does it paint for the fight against Galamsey?
But this is not the first time, so I'm surprised the way we are taking this particular one. Because we saw videos where the task force was actually driven away from mining sites because the mining site is owned by an NDC chairman. And they said the task force did not have the right or permission to come to their site because their government is in power. These things, the videos are on social media. So I'm surprised that we are surprised about this. And for me, see, what is happening now is NDC's own making.
How so?
Thank you. It is NDC's own making because during the campaign to the elections, they went round, even to the mining pit, to promise Galamseyers that Akufo-Addo is the one that is arresting them. And that when NDC wins, they will be allowed to work. The flag bearer and now president even went further to say that those who have been jailed, he will free them because he believes that they are not the kingpins of Galamsey, and that the kingpins are NPP people who are working free. So when he becomes president, he will even free those who courts have jailed. This is the candidate of the NDC who is now the president of Ghana. So if you promise people that when you win, you allow them to work, and then they vote for you, you win, and now you are cracking down on their operations, they will tell you that's not what you promised them, and therefore they will fight back. And so the fight back from these illegal miners is as a result of the promise given them by the NDC. So for me, the NDC must take blame for what is happening. And they know that this is not the first time. It's only that this one seems to have happened in the police station, and it's like the crowd was a bit big. But we've seen earlier videos when NDC chairman and NDC officials drove NIMOS teams away from their site and said they will not allow them to come to their site because their government is in power. So you see, if you are even an illegal miner and you have been promised that vote for me, and when I come, I'll allow you to work, and I vote for you, you come and not cracking down on my operations, obviously I'll fight back. That's what you promised me. And therefore, we should understand clearly that these miners are fighting for what they have been promised. And that is what is going to haunt this government for a long time in this Galamsey fight. The MP, I'm not surprised, because see, if you look at the campaign for 2024, NDC in opposition was more resourced than the MPP which was in government. They had a lot of sponsorship. And as I've told you here, our politicians are largely sponsored by some of these Galamseyers. The MPs at the ground, a lot of their sponsorship come from these guys who are into this mining, many of them illegal. So obviously when they are arrested, they will what? They will be angry. And we even seen, since we were told that Yamin and Abanga are to be investigated, There's not any update.
Yeah, it's been about 4 months now.
It's not any update. We've seen Yamin at the function saying that people are hypocrites by saying that Galamsey should stop and that Galamsey is the work of some people. The video is on the internet. And these are very powerful NDC people. These are very powerful people whose party is in government. And therefore, the promise they made to people, they have to fulfill it. So the people who are into illegal mining will definitely fight back on grounds that that's not what you promised us. So for me, this is not the first video that has come public, and this will not be the last. Because the promises made to these people, for which reason they think they voted for the NDC, the promises made to them, which some of them actually financed the party. There was one of the NDC people who was on radio to say that these guys are the ones who financed their campaign. And now that they are being arrested, when they call many of the people who the money went to, they don't mind them. And the Yamin is the only person that they call, they will respond to them and try to assist them. And that is why people are accusing Yamin as being involved in Galamsey, and that he's only helping the people who helped them do the campaign. And now people seem to have neglected it. It's only Yamin who has been responding to their call. So if you listen to even the narratives of NDC people, even since then Mahama came to government, many of them have openly said that they receive a lot of support from these people, and that it's not right for you to go and be arresting them. In fact, the IGP's team that was disbanded, it took the chairman of the small scale miners. He was the one who told the whole public that he has information that the team has been disbanded even before the president will come and make the official announcement. You clearly, if you follow the narrative, you clearly realize that this development will not be the last, because these young people are giving promises, and they will fight to make sure that that promise given them is fulfilled, because this crackdown on them is directly opposite what they were told. And therefore, the MPs and NDC top gurus who are from this mining community, who know the kind of support these people gave them during the 2024 election, will definitely move out there to try and help them. I'm not justifying the attack, but I'm saying that what is happening now is a result of the promise that was made to them. And now it's like the promise is being broken. And therefore, they are fighting back, and that's what you told us. Right. And the NDC people who are at the grounds there, who also knows the support these people have given to them, they are also not going to be able to sit down and say that because government wants to crack down, though we know the support these people have given us, we will not do anything. Because they are looking at 2028, that if these are the people who help us to come to power, and now if we sit down and aloof and allow the state to crack down on them, when it's 2028, how are we going to rely on these people? So this fight against Galamsey, I've always told that it's a complex thing, because the interests in there are many and huge. And so for me, every Ghanaian should know that based on the promise the NDC made to these illegal miners, and the NDC people who are from mining community, knowing the kind of support that these people have given them, we are going to see a lot of these things. And Abisu told her that she seized over 40 excavators, and before she called the security to come, it was left with only 4. The rest were taken away. Up to now, we don't know who came to take them, and we don't know where they are. Right. We've heard any people say, if your excavator are arrested, just wait, call, and they'll go and collect it for you. So you see, this is the thing that the NDC used against the NPP in government. That the NPP was not willing to fight Galamsey because it's their members who are involved. Now it is playing out that the interest in Galamsey is big. Now it's coming back to affect them. So for me, people should understand. I remember there's a video online where during close to the election, I think some people went and accused Colin Dauda that he's against Galamsey. And he went and met the community. How can he be against Galamsey? And that when the community where Galamsey is dominant in the constituency, because the people are using big machines, they were having problems with electricity. He actually went to lobby for transformers to be set to the community so their machines can work. So if you look at the development from last year's elections, the promises, what NDC top gurus have said, this fight back is going to happen in so many places to 9 months, simply because it's the party that said I will allow you to work when you vote for me, is in power, and now is cracking down on them and say that that's not what you promised us. So I think that it's a difficult journey. We don't want Galamsey to be fought, but as I always say, the interests are so many that this issue will go And that's why I said the example of the Abanga and Yamin. Have you received any update as to any investigation? No. There were NDC people, even including MPs and chairmen, accused by leading members, including Media Coalition for Galamsey, accused some people, mention names, that these people, they believe are into Galamsey. Have you heard anybody investigate them? No. So you see, this hypocrisy is what is coming to bite all of us.
Right. Very well. The Speaker has taken some action regarding this particular matter, directed the clerk to assist the police in its investigations into the activities of this MP and his alleged involvement in this matter. Honorable, you were making a point earlier.
Yeah, so there's another issue, and that is mob action.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at Major Mahama, unfortunately. I'm looking at other incidents in this country, including even people of my own party, let me admit, that I'm worried about. When people are taken to police station or Yoko or wherever, then we are mass people there. Yeah. I think it needs to stop. I think it needs to stop because one day, and kudos to the military men, they could have discharged their weapons
easily.
And we'll be talking about dead people today. And I think that they conducted themselves with extreme restraint. And I thank them for that. But one day, with some of these mob actions, if you're not careful, and in fact, even the member of parliament was at risk. Somebody could have, mistakenly shot and killed him. And I think that we need to be very mindful. There should be serious deliberation on how we do arrest and how we manage people of high profile or intention situations as it happened this weekend. Where the police and military strategic in their retreat when the issue occurred, that remains to be examined. But I'm very interested from a security standpoint that the insecurity in this country, largely due to some of the incidents that are occurring. I mean, immigration officers have been shot and killed. All of these, for me, is worrying. And I think that Muntaka, the Interior Minister, Honorable, has to take this very serious. And in addition, since we don't have a defense minister, finance minister, defense minister, we have an issue. And I think that, first of all, the presidency is joking with us in this country. A defense ministry without a minister, substantive minister, for me, I think is quite telling that our president is not taking seriously our defense of this nation, because that is not a ministry that should be left for even 12 weeks without a very substantive minister. And I think that by the end of this month, truly, if our defense is very important to the president, he has to appoint. He has to. We cannot have this ever increasing chaos in our security systems and be without a defense minister. I am deeply troubled. And there's a reason why there's a finance ministry and there's a reason why there's a defense ministry. Both are very demanding, very, very demanding. And I can almost tell you on air that finance minister today on his books is the budget. Not our defense in this nation. And for that reason, I think that Mr. President, considering all the many factors, the kind of armory that the Galamseyers have, I think that it's about time we get an appointment and a substantive minister, for that matter, for defense. Now, in many instances, I think members of parliament are called to put out fires. So I can agree to the fact that maybe the MP was there to put out fire based on his narrative. But I think that following the suspects to police station was not right. It's one thing going to the site and trying to talk to the officials to calm waters. And there's another thing, following them to the police station with crowds and all of that. And you know, quite recently, assembly members got killed, okay? And that is why I think that this idea of mob action and young boys fighting authority. I mean, Obuasi, they got shot and killed.
Yeah.
Even that, people did not change. So we really, from a security standpoint, either need to be careful about how we do arrest and what we do afterwards. You know, those other incidents in the north, in fact, to be quite specific, in the Wa area, where people also went to police station and actually engaged in a battle with the police. And it's becoming a bit too much. Some of us in the draw. So when we see guns, we are worried. But others think they have, you know, what it takes in terms of talisman and things like that.
They are fortified.
They are fortified. But Charlie, sometimes you hit the wall and it doesn't work.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that you know, Muntaka, Interior Minister, and Atufo at this point in time, since he's acting, we have a problem. Now, admittedly, President Mahama is at a table with Galamseyers. And I say this with the greatest of respect to him, as my friend has elaborated it here, that they preached that they would even release people in jail for Galamseyin. So as it stands now, they are in a conundrum. You know, they were in bed with the Galamseyers. They have to maintain their bed status with the Galamseyers, and they're in a conundrum. So how do you fight it? When you preached one thing, how do you fight it? And all those, as it is, if I remember, the fight for Galamsey, demonstrations, it appears that those who were pushing the Galamsey fight agenda are now at Gold Board, you know, who are furthering this. And I'm happy to see that Minority Leader Afenyo Markin is questioning, how do you determine that the gold collected at Gold Board is not from Galamsey sites? How do you determine? And until then, my assumption, which I said here a few days ago, that Gold Board is also fueling Galamseyin, because they cannot identify who and what and how they are getting their gold. And until you can, you know, trace it, my